Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I never imagined that my 33rd year would bring me face to face with something that would shake my understanding of what lurks in the quiet places of this world. My name doesn't matter now. What matters is what happened during those 48 hours in October when the Swedish wilderness showed me its true face. Living in Småland, in a town so small it barely registers on most maps, you learn to appreciate the vast stretches of untouched forest that surround you. The silence here isn't just quiet, it's absolute, broken only by the wind through ancient pines and the distant call of loons across hidden lakes. I've always found solace in these wild places, especially after my divorce 2 years ago left me searching for something I couldn't name. The back problems that had plagued me through the summer were finally manageable by mid-October. Months of physiotherapy and careful stretching had given me enough mobility to consider my annual camping trip to Djupsjön, the deep lake, a remote body of water nestled in a chain of connected waterways about 3 hours' hike from the nearest road. The locals in my town speak of it in hushed tones, not because of any superstition, but because of its raw, untamed beauty and the way sound carries across its surface in the dead of night. My friend Astrid agreed to join me, though I could tell she had reservations. She's always been more comfortable with her creature comforts than I am, but she understood my need to reclaim this ritual that had become so important to my mental health. We packed carefully. October camping in Sweden demands respect for the elements. Our gear included heavy sleeping bags rated for sub-zero temperatures, waterproof everything, and enough food for 4 days in case weather trapped us longer than planned. The hike in took us along increasingly narrow trails, marked only by faded blazes on tree trunks and occasional cairns left by previous hikers. The forest grew denser as we climbed, the canopy blocking out more and more daylight until we were walking through a green-tinted twilight, even at midday. The sound of our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness, our breathing visible in small puffs despite the mild temperature. When we finally emerged at the lake's edge around 4 in the afternoon, I was struck by how different it looked from my memories. The water level seemed lower than usual, exposing more of the rocky shoreline and revealing the skeletal remains of drowned trees that normally stayed hidden beneath the surface. These pale, twisted branches reached up from the depths like gnarled fingers, creating an almost cemetery-like atmosphere around the lake's perimeter. Several other groups had already established camp, more than I'd ever seen here before. A young couple with kayaks had claimed the best spot on the eastern shore, while a family with 2 children, maybe 8 and 10 years old, had set up an elaborate campsite complete with a screened dining fly. Their laughter echoed across the water as they played on the narrow beach, the sound both comforting and somehow unsettling in its intensity. We found a decent spot about 50 meters from the water's edge, close enough to enjoy the view but far enough back to avoid the moisture that would rise from the lake as temperatures dropped overnight. As we set up our tent, I noticed how the other campers kept glancing toward the water nervously, their conversations dropping to whispers whenever the wind died down completely. The process of making camp took on an almost ritualistic quality as the afternoon wore on. Every stake driven into the ground, every guy line adjusted, felt like we were marking our territory in a place that didn't quite welcome human presence. The old wind shelter Astrid and I decided to use for our evening fire sat about 30 meters from our tent, its corrugated metal roof partially collapsed on one side and graffitied with initials and dates going back decades. Someone had carved, "God Protect Us All, 1987, into one of the support beams, the letters deep and precise, as if made with desperate intention rather than casual vandalism. I ran my fingers over the words, feeling the rough edges of the cuts, and wondered what had prompted such an urgent plea in this seemingly peaceful place. The fireplace itself was in better condition than the shelter, built from local stones and blackened by countless previous fires. Someone had left a decent supply of split birch and pine, though the wood felt unusually damp for October. It took several attempts and half a tube of fire-starting paste to get flames going, and even then, The fire seemed reluctant to catch properly, producing more smoke than heat in those first crucial minutes. As evening approached, the temperature began dropping more rapidly than I'd expected. My weather app showed clear skies and mild temperatures, but the air felt thick and oppressive, like it does before a severe thunderstorm. The other campers seemed to sense it too. Conversations became more subdued, and I noticed the family with children kept glancing up at the sky as if expecting clouds that weren't there. Dinner was a simple affair of instant pasta and canned sauce, but even the familiar ritual of cooking over an open flame felt different somehow. The flames danced in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, casting shadows that moved independently of their source. Astrid commented on it first, pausing mid-sentence to stare at the fire with a puzzled expression. "Have you ever seen flames move like that?" she asked, pointing to where the fire seemed to be reaching toward the lake, bending at impossible angles despite the complete absence of wind. I had noticed it too, but hearing her voice, my unease made it suddenly more real, more threatening. The fire was behaving like it was being drawn toward something, pulled by an invisible force that had nothing to do with air currents or fuel distribution. When I tried to photograph the phenomenon, my phone camera refused to focus properly, producing only blurred images that showed nothing unusual. The children from the family campsite had grown quieter as darkness fell, staying close to their parents instead of exploring the shoreline as they had earlier. I caught their father scanning the tree line repeatedly, his hand resting on what looked like a large hunting knife on his belt. When our eyes met across the distance between our camps, he offered a tense smile and a nod, but didn't approach for the usual camping small talk about weather and trail conditions. By 9 o'clock, full darkness had settled over the lake like a heavy blanket. The water, which had been mirror-smooth during the day, now moved with small, regular swells that seemed to originate from no particular source. These waves lapped against the shore with a rhythm that was almost hypnotic, but just irregular enough to keep you from getting comfortable with the sound. Astrid and I had retreated to the warmth of our sleeping bags by 10:30, though neither of us felt particularly tired. The kind of exhaustion that comes from fresh air and physical activity seemed absent, replaced by a restless energy that made relaxation impossible. We lay in our respective sleeping bags, making quiet conversation about everything except the growing sense that something was fundamentally wrong with this place. The sounds of the lake at night were unlike anything I remembered from previous visits. Instead of the gentle lapping of small waves, the water moved with purpose, creating sounds that resembled footsteps, deliberate, measured, circling. When I mentioned this to Astrid, she admitted she'd been listening to the same thing for the past hour, trying to convince herself it was just the wind or settling ice, though the temperature hadn't dropped below freezing. Around midnight, Astrid's breathing settled into the deep rhythm of sleep, but rest continued to evade me. My back ached despite the comfortable sleeping pad, and every small sound from outside seemed amplified to an unbearable degree. The zipper on our tent fly rattled with each breath of wind, creating a metallic chattering that sounded almost like Morse code. That's when I first became aware of the watching. It started as a feeling, the familiar sensation of being observed that makes the hair on your neck stand up. But this was more intense than anything I'd experienced before. A presence so focused and deliberate that it felt almost physical, like a weight pressing down on the tent from above. I found myself holding my breath, listening for any sound that might explain the sensation, but the night had gone completely quiet. Even the water had stopped its rhythmic movement against the shore. I reached for my phone to check the time, squinting at the bright screen in the darkness. 2:47 a.m. The battery showed full charge, but the signal bars were completely absent. Not unusual this far into the wilderness, but my phone had shown at least one bar when we'd arrived. Now it displayed no service with the finality of a door slamming shut. The first sound came from directly above us. It started as a soft scratching against the tent's rainfly, like branches brushing against the fabric in the wind. But the scratching was too regular, too purposeful to be random contact with vegetation. It moved in deliberate patterns across the roof of our tent, pausing at the corners as if testing the structural integrity of our shelter. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, as the scratching continued its circuit around our tent. 3 times it made the complete loop: roof, down the side, across the bottom edge, up the other side, back to the roof. Each circuit took exactly the same amount of time, as if whatever was making the sound was following a predetermined route with mechanical precision. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the sound had been. At least while I could hear the scratching, I knew where the threat was located. Now whatever had been testing our defenses could be anywhere, circling back for another approach, moving to a different position, or simply waiting for us to let our guard down. I reached over carefully to wake Astrid, but she was already awake, her eyes wide and reflecting what little light filtered through the tent walls. She held up a finger to her lips, then pointed toward the tent's entrance. Through the thin fabric, we could see the shadow of something large moving past, blocking out what little starlight made it through the forest canopy. The shadow paused directly in front of our tent. What stood outside our tent defied easy description. Through the translucent fabric, we could see its outline, roughly human in proportions, but wrong in every detail that mattered. Too tall, too broad at the shoulders, with limbs that seemed to bend at joints that shouldn't exist. It remained motionless for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, as if studying our reactions to its presence. I found myself analyzing every detail I could make out, trying to find rational explanations that refused to come. The shape was definitely bipedal, but its posture was all wrong, leaning forward in a way that suggested a different center of gravity than any human would have. When it moved, it did so with a fluid motion that reminded me of water flowing uphill, natural in its own way, but fundamentally disturbing to observe. Astrid had pressed herself against the far side of the tent, as far from the entrance as possible, her sleeping bag pulled up to her chin. I could hear her trying to control her breathing, taking slow, deliberate breaths through her nose to avoid making any sound that might draw the thing's attention. Her face was pale in the dim light, eyes fixed on the shadow that continued its patient vigil just outside our door. The temperature inside the tent began dropping noticeably, despite our body heat and the insulation of our sleeping bags. Our breath became visible, small puffs of vapor that dissipated quickly in the increasingly frigid air. This wasn't the gradual cooling you'd expect from a clear night. It was as if something was actively drawing heat from our immediate environment. I reached for the small knife I kept clipped to the inside of the tent, more for comfort than any realistic hope it would be useful against whatever was out there. The metal was so cold it almost burned my fingers, and I realized that the temperature drop was severe enough to affect our gear. Our water bottles, which had been room temperature when we went to bed, now showed a skin of ice around their contents. The shadow began moving again, but this time its motion was different, more exploratory, almost curious. It reached toward the tent with what might have been an arm, pressing against the fabric from outside. The tent wall bent inward under the pressure, forming an impression that looked almost like a handprint, but with too many fingers, each one too long and jointed in the wrong places. The pressure increased gradually, stretching the fabric to its limits. I could hear the synthetic material beginning to stress, making tiny popping sounds as individual threads reached their breaking point. If this continued, our tent, our only barrier between us and whatever was out there, would tear open, leaving us exposed and defenseless. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure stopped. The shadow withdrew, and we heard footsteps moving away from our campsite, but not the footsteps of any creature I could identify. They were too heavy, landing with the solid impact of something much larger than a human, but spaced too far apart for any animal I knew. Each step seemed to sink deep into the ground, as if the thing walking was far heavier than its size would suggest. We tracked its movement by sound as it circled our camp in a wide arc, staying just at the edge of visibility in the forest. The footsteps had a wet quality to them, like boots squelching through mud, though the ground around our campsite had been relatively dry. Occasionally we heard the sound of branches breaking under its weight, though the forest here wasn't particularly dense. The circuit it made around our position took nearly 10 minutes, a leisurely pace that suggested it wasn't in any hurry to leave. When it completed the circle, returning to approximately where it had started, the footsteps stopped entirely. Once again, we were left in complete silence, not knowing where the threat had gone or whether it was still nearby. What happened next challenged everything I thought I knew about the natural world. The silence that had fallen over our campsite was broken by a sound from the lake. Not the gentle lapping of waves, but something that resembled human speech, though distorted beyond easy recognition. Voices seemed to rise from the water itself, multiple conversations overlapping in languages that might have been Swedish or might have been something else entirely. The words were just clear enough to be maddening. I found myself straining to understand, catching fragments that sounded like names, like pleas, like warnings given too late to matter. Astrid grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in so hard I knew there would be bruises the next day. She was hearing it too, this impossible conversation between the living water and something that answered from beneath its surface. "Do you understand what they're saying?" she whispered, her voice barely audible even in the complete silence of our tent. I shook my head, though I wasn't entirely truthful. Some of the words were becoming clearer as my ears adjusted to the strange acoustics. I heard "go into närmare," "don't come closer," repeated several times in what sounded like a child's voice. Other phrases were less distinct but carried an unmistakable tone of urgency, of warning. The voices seemed to be coming from different depths in the lake, some sounding like they were just below the surface, while others echoed up from much deeper water. This created a layered effect, like a choir singing in rounds, but the harmonies were all wrong, creating dissonances that made my teeth ache and my vision blur around the edges. As we listened, the conversations began to organize themselves into something approaching coherence. It became clear that some voices were asking questions while others provided answers, though the answers were rarely reassuring. The deeper voices, the ones that seemed to come from the very bottom of the lake, spoke with an authority that the surface voices lacked, giving instructions or pronouncements that were received with what sounded like fear or resignation. I realized that I was beginning to understand more of what was being said, as if exposure to the sounds was teaching me their meaning through some process that bypassed normal language acquisition. This understanding brought with it a growing sense of horror as the content of the conversations became clear. They were discussing us. The surface voices, the ones that sounded most human, were reporting on our presence, describing our campsite, our gear, our apparent level of preparation or vulnerability. The deeper voices asked questions about our behavior, our defenses, our likely responses to different approaches. It was like listening to predators plan an attack, comparing notes on the best strategies for dealing with their prey. But there was something else in the conversation that was even more disturbing. References to previous visitors, other campers who had come to this lake over the years. The voices spoke of them with the casual familiarity of creatures discussing a regular food source, comparing the relative merits of different groups, different individuals, different methods of approach. One surface voice, speaking in what I now clearly recognized as Swedish, mentioned the family with children currently camped on the eastern shore. The description was detailed and clinical, noting the parents' vigilance, the children's movements during the day, the layout of their campsite. The deep voice that responded gave what sounded like approval, followed by instructions that I couldn't quite make out but that filled me with a cold dread. The voices were planning something for tonight, and it involved all of us. At 3:47 a.m., exactly 1 hour after the voices from the lake had fallen silent, we heard the first scream. It came from the direction of the family's campsite, high-pitched and filled with terror. The scream of a child who has seen something that their young mind cannot process or accept. The sound cut through the night air like a blade, sharp and clean and absolutely horrible in its intensity. It was followed immediately by a second scream, different in pitch but equally terrified, as the other child joined the first. Astrid and I were out of our sleeping bags and moving toward the tent entrance before we'd consciously decided to act. Every instinct told us to stay hidden, to avoid drawing attention to ourselves, but the sound of children in mortal terror overrode our self-preservation. I grabbed the large flashlight from my pack while Astrid found her hiking boots, and we prepared to leave the relative safety of our tent. The screaming continued, but it was moving. Not staying in one place as you'd expect if the children were in their tent or campsite, but traveling in a path that seemed to lead toward the water. Mixed with the children's voices, we could hear their parents shouting, calling their names, their voices raw with panic and desperation. I unzipped the tent fly and stepped into the night, my flashlight beam cutting through darkness so complete it seemed solid. The beam only extended about 20 meters before being swallowed by the black air, creating a small bubble of visibility that moved with us as we hurried toward the eastern shore. The ground between our campsite and the family's location was rougher than I remembered from the daylight crossing, filled with roots and holes that seemed designed to trip us up. More than once I had to grab Astrid's arm to keep her from falling, and twice she did the same for me as we navigated terrain that seemed to shift and change under our feet. As we got closer to the other campsite, the screaming began to fade. Not because it was ending, but because it was moving away from us, toward the lake. The parents' voices were closer now, and I could make out individual words in their panicked calls. They were Swedish, from Stockholm based on their accent, and they were calling for Maya and Eric, the children whose screams were now coming from somewhere near the water's edge. When we reached their campsite, we found chaos. Their tent had been torn open from the outside, the fabric shredded as if by massive claws. Camping gear was scattered in all directions, and their carefully organized camp kitchen had been completely destroyed. The parents, a woman in her 30s and a man about my age, were standing at the edge of the light from our flashlight, calling desperately into the darkness. "Our children," the woman said when she saw us, switching to accented English. "Something took our children. We heard them screaming, and when we got out of the tent, they were gone. The screaming is coming from the lake, but we can't see anything." The man was already moving toward the water, following the sound of voices that were growing fainter with each passing moment. "Maya! Eric! Where are you?" he called, his voice cracking with emotion. I aimed my flashlight toward the lake, but the beam seemed weaker here, as if the darkness around the water was particularly resistant to illumination. We could still hear the children, but their voices were different now. Less panicked, more confused, as if they were no longer certain of their own situation. That's when we saw the shapes in the water. The lake, which had been mirror smooth when we arrived, was now churning with movement. Dark shapes broke the surface at irregular intervals, too large and too numerous to be fish, too purposeful in their movements to be debris stirred up by wind. In the weak beam of my flashlight, I could make out what looked like heads, or at least rounded protrusions that turned toward our light as if aware of our presence. The children's voices were definitely coming from the water now, but they sounded wrong, too calm, too accepting of their situation. Instead of the panicked screaming we'd heard earlier, Maya and Eric were now speaking in conversational tones, as if they were discussing something mildly interesting, rather than finding themselves somehow transported to the middle of a dark lake in the middle of the night. "They're talking to something," Astrid whispered, her hand gripping my arm so tightly I could feel her fingernails through my jacket. "Listen, they're answering questions." She was right. The children's voices had taken on the rhythm of a dialogue, pausing as if listening to responses we couldn't hear, then answering in the polite, careful tones children use when talking to adult strangers. But there was something else in their voices now, a dreamy quality, as if they were speaking from within a trance or under some form of influence. The parents had heard it too. The father was already wading into the lake, ignoring the shocking cold of the water as he pushed deeper, following the sound of his children's voices. "Maya! Eric! Swim to me! Can you hear me?" he called. But his children didn't seem to register his presence at all. The mother grabbed my flashlight, aiming it toward where her husband was now waist-deep in the dark water. In the beam, we could see more of the shapes surrounding him, sleek, dark forms that moved with intelligence and purpose. They weren't approaching him directly, but they were definitely watching him, circling at a distance that seemed calculated to prevent escape while avoiding direct confrontation. "There are so many of them," the mother breathed, her voice filled with a mixture of terror and awe. "What are they? What do they want with our children?" I couldn't answer because I was beginning to understand something that I desperately didn't want to acknowledge. The shapes in the water weren't random creatures that had wandered into the lake. They belonged here. This was their territory, their hunting ground, and we were all intruders who had stumbled into something far older and more dangerous than any of us had imagined. The father had reached the point where the lake bottom dropped away sharply, and he was now swimming toward where the children's voices seemed strongest. But as he moved deeper into the lake, the voices began moving away from him, staying just out of reach. It was clear that whatever had the children was leading him deeper, drawing him away from shore and safety. That's when the other sounds started. From all around the lake's perimeter came new voices, not the children this time, but adults speaking in low, urgent tones. These voices were coming from the forest, from the shoreline, from positions that encircled our entire group. As I listened, I realized that some of these voices sounded familiar, speaking with accents and inflections that reminded me of people I knew from my hometown. But that was impossible. We were hours away from any settlement, days away from anyone who might know us personally. Yet the voices continued, calling out names I recognized, using phrases and references that were specific to my life, my relationships, my personal history. One voice, coming from the forest behind our original campsite, was calling my name in a tone that sounded exactly like my ex-husband, the man I divorced 2 years ago and hadn't spoken to since. He was calling me to come to him, telling me he'd been looking for me, that he had something important to say. The voice was perfect, down to the slight lisp he had when he was emotional, but I knew it couldn't be him. It couldn't be any of them. Dawn came slowly to the lake, creeping across the water like oil spreading over glass. By the time the first pale light began filtering through the forest canopy, the voices had fallen silent. The shapes in the water had disappeared, and the lake had returned to its deceptive tranquility. But the damage had been done, and nothing would ever be the same for any of us who survived that night. The father had been found floating face down near the center of the lake, his body showing no signs of violence or struggle. He appeared to have simply stopped swimming, stopped fighting, and allowed himself to sink beneath the surface. When the authorities arrived later that morning, summoned by an emergency beacon one of the other campers had activated, they would list the cause of death as accidental drowning, possibly due to hypothermia and disorientation. Maya and Eric were never found. The official search lasted 5 days, involving divers, sonar equipment, and teams of volunteers who combed every inch of the lake and surrounding forest. They found no trace of the children, no bodies, no clothing, no evidence that they had ever been at the lake at all. The only proof of their existence was their mother's testimony and the family photos on her phone, images that seemed to grow fainter each time she looked at them. The other campers corroborated parts of our story: the torn tent, the parents' obvious distress, the father's desperate swim into the dark water. But none of them remembered hearing the children's screams. None of them had seen the shapes moving in the lake, and none of them could explain why their own sleep had been so deep and undisturbed while chaos erupted around them. Astrid and I gave our statements to the police, describing what we had witnessed as accurately as we could. But even as we spoke, I could see the skepticism in the officers' eyes, the way they exchanged glances when they thought we weren't looking. Our story sounded like the result of stress, sleep deprivation, and the kind of group hysteria that sometimes affects people in isolated situations. The mother left with the search and rescue team on the 3rd day, her face hollow with grief and shock. She looked at Astrid and me before getting into the helicopter, her eyes holding questions she couldn't voice and accusations she couldn't prove. We had been there when her children vanished, we had witnessed their disappearance, and yet we had done nothing to save them. The lake was closed to camping indefinitely, though no official reason was given. A small sign was posted at the trailhead, citing environmental concerns and ongoing research, but those of us who had been there knew the real reason. Something lived in those dark waters, something that had claimed the lake as its own territory and would not tolerate intruders. I returned home to my small town, to my quiet life, to the familiar routines that had once brought me comfort. But sleep became my enemy, filled with dreams of dark water and voices calling from impossible depths. During the day, I found myself avoiding any body of water larger than a bathtub, crossing bridges with my eyes fixed straight ahead, unable to look down at the rivers flowing beneath. Astrid moved to Stockholm a month later, citing job opportunities and the need for a change of scenery. We spoke once after she left, a brief, awkward conversation that ended with both of us acknowledging that our friendship had become another casualty of that night by the lake. Some experiences are too intense to survive, too terrible to be shared without destroying the people who shared them. The official investigation was closed after 6 months, the case filed under accidental death with missing persons presumed drowned. The lake was eventually reopened to hikers and campers, though it never regained its former popularity. Those who did venture there reported unusually poor fishing, electronic equipment that malfunctioned for no apparent reason, and a general feeling of unease that made extended stays unpleasant. I never returned to Djupsjön, though I drive past the trailhead several times a year on my way to other hiking destinations. Each time I slow down and look toward the forest path that leads to the lake, wondering if the families who occasionally walk that trail with their children and camping gear have any idea what they might encounter in those dark waters. Sometimes on particularly quiet nights when the wind is still, and my small town seems wrapped in unnatural silence, I can still hear them. The voices from the lake, calling across impossible distances to remind me that some places in this world belong to things that are older, stranger, and far more dangerous than we like to believe. The children are still out there, somewhere beneath the surface of that black water, and they're no longer alone. God help anyone who goes looking for them. I woke up sweating in the early hours of January 12, 2024, my heart racing like I'd just sprinted a mile. At 32 years old, I should have outgrown night terrors, but something had changed in the past weeks. Sitting up in bed, I tried to regulate my breathing while images of my recently deceased ferret, Winston, flooded my thoughts. Winston hadn't been an ordinary pet. In his final months, he'd grown to an unusual size, nearly as large as a small cat. The veterinarian had been baffled, suggesting some kind of growth disorder. But it wasn't just his size that troubled me. It was his behavior. Winston had developed this unsettling habit of standing on his hind legs for extended periods, perfectly still, eyes fixed on me with an intensity no animal should possess. His typical playful chirps had transformed into low, guttural croaks that sometimes sounded almost melodic, as if he were attempting communication beyond his species' capabilities. The morning of his death, I found him in the center of my living room, upright and motionless. When I approached, he didn't acknowledge me. 3 hours later, he was dead. My mother had insisted I examine Winston's body, claiming there was something you need to see. Her tone had been urgent, frightened even. I'd refused, attributing her behavior to grief. Winston had been with us for 7 years, after all. Now, sitting in my darkened bedroom, I wondered what she'd seen. The thought made my stomach tighten. Outside, the wind pushed against my window, creating a steady, rhythmic tapping that sounded disturbingly deliberate. I switched on my bedside lamp, desperate to dispel the darkness. The shadows retreated, but my unease remained. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. Too early to call Mom, too late to hope for restful sleep. I reached for my journal and began documenting the recurring nightmare that had jolted me awake. Winston standing before me, grown to impossible proportions, opening his mouth to reveal rows of teeth no ferret should possess. Despite the warm air pumping through my apartment's heating vents, I couldn't shake the pervasive coldness that seemed to originate from within my own body. 5 days after Winston's death, I called my friend Jamie, desperate for distraction. We agreed to meet at Riverpoint Park, a sprawling green space at the edge of town where hiking trails wound through dense clusters of oak and pine. "You look terrible," Jamie said when we met at the trailhead. His bluntness was refreshing. "Haven't been sleeping well," I admitted, not wanting to delve into the nightmares. We set off down the main trail, our conversation gradually shifting to lighter topics: Jamie's new job, an upcoming concert we'd been planning to attend. For brief intervals, I forgot about Winston and the unnatural coldness that had taken residence in my apartment. About 2 miles into our hike, we encountered the deer. It stood approximately 20 yards ahead, a mature doe with a sleek brown coat. Unlike most deer I'd encountered while hiking, this one didn't bolt at our approach. It remained perfectly still, watching us with dark, reflective eyes. "That's weird," Jamie whispered. "Should be running by now." Instead of retreating, the deer took a tentative step toward us. "Maybe it's used to humans," I suggested, though something about its gaze made me doubt my own explanation. Jamie, always more adventurous than me, began making soft clicking sounds, extending his hand as if offering food. To our amazement, the deer responded, approaching with cautious steps until it stood mere feet away. "This is insane," Jamie whispered, pulling out his phone. "We've got to document this." He positioned himself beside me, angling his phone for a selfie with the deer in the background. The flash activated automatically, a brief, harsh burst of light. In that flash, I saw the deer's eyes reflect unnaturally, not the typical eyeshine of animals, but something deeper, almost phosphorescent. The photo, when Jamie showed it to me, was even more disturbing. The deer was staring directly at the camera, but its eyes appeared hollow, like black pits that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. "That's odd," Jamie said, zooming in on the image. We continued our hike, but something had shifted. The woods seemed quieter, the shadows between trees deeper. When we turned back toward the trailhead, I felt an unmistakable sensation of being observed. About 15 minutes after our deer encounter, Jamie grabbed my arm. "Look," he hissed, pointing ahead. "Is that the same one?" In the distance, partially obscured by underbrush, was what appeared to be the same doe. Only something was wrong with its posture. It was upright, balanced precariously on its hind legs, its front legs, no, arms, hanging awkwardly at its sides. "What the actual—" Jamie began. The deer, if that's what it truly was, began moving toward us with a jerky, uncoordinated gait, still maintaining its bipedal stance. The movement was so unnatural, so fundamentally wrong, that we both burst into nervous laughter. "It can't be real," I said, my voice higher than normal. The deer dropped back to all fours and bounded into the forest, disappearing among the trees. We stood frozen, our laughter dying in our throats. "Did you get that on video?" I asked. Jamie shook his head. No one would believe us anyway. That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't stop thinking about the deer and its impossible movement. I recalled Winston's habit of standing upright, staring at me with that unsettling intensity. The parallel was too specific to dismiss as coincidence. Something was connecting these events, some pattern I couldn't yet discern. As I tried to sleep, I heard a faint scratching at my bedroom door. 3 slow, deliberate scrapes, followed by silence. When I gathered the courage to investigate, the hallway was empty, but the scratches remained. 3 distinct marks gouged into the wood. By mid-February, the incidents had escalated. I began finding small dead animals on my doorstep. First a sparrow, then a squirrel, each positioned with unnatural precision, their heads twisted completely backward. My sleep deteriorated further, punctuated by vivid nightmares and the persistent sensation of being observed even in my most private moments. I needed distance, perspective. I booked a room at the Pineview Hotel, a modest establishment about 40 miles outside town. The drive provided temporary relief, the familiar landmarks of my daily life receding in the rearview mirror. The hotel itself was underwhelming, a gray two-story building with a flickering neon sign advertising an attached pub. What struck me as odd was the layout. The hallways to the guest rooms weren't fully enclosed, but partially open to the elements, with one side exposed to a small courtyard. Several stray cats prowled the perimeter as I checked in, their yowls echoing against the building's concrete facade. The desk clerk, a thin man with perpetually moist eyes, handed me a key card without making eye contact. "Pub closes at midnight," he said flatly. "Breakfast starts at 6. My room was on the second floor, sparsely furnished but clean. I dropped my overnight bag on the bed and immediately headed for the pub, hoping alcohol might dull the constant edge of anxiety I'd been living with. The pub was moderately busy, populated by a mix of hotel guests and locals. A small stage in the corner hosted an amateur musician struggling through an acoustic cover of a song I vaguely recognized. I claimed a corner table and ordered a whiskey, then another, letting the ambient noise wash over me. For a few hours it worked. The tension in my shoulders eased. The persistent fear that had become my companion receded to a manageable distance. By closing time, I'd achieved a pleasant numbness that made the walk back to my room seem less daunting. The hallway was dimly lit, the exposed side allowing a cool breeze to infiltrate the space. As I rounded the corner toward my room, I heard an unusual sound, a shuffling, dragging noise accompanied by labored breathing. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing against the concrete walls. The shuffling stopped momentarily, then resumed with greater intensity. I moved forward cautiously and saw a woman standing with her back to me. She was heavy-set, dressed in a floral house dress that seemed inappropriate for the cool night air. Her gray hair hung in limp strands down her back. "Ma'am, are you all right?" I approached slowly, concerned she might be disoriented or ill. "Need a waiter," she slurred, her voice thick and wet. "Need service." "The pub's closed," I explained, still approaching. "But I can help you back to your room if—" She turned her head, only her head, rotating a full 180 degrees, while her body remained facing away from me. The sound was sickening, a wet cracking noise like celery being snapped underwater. Her face, now looking directly at me despite her body's orientation, wore an expression of blank curiosity. Her eyes, milky and unfocused, fixed on mine. My muscles locked in terror. The woman's mouth opened, revealing blackened gums and a tongue that seemed too long, too mobile. A raspy moan escaped her lips. Then she began to move, her feet dragging across the floor as if pulled by invisible strings. She didn't walk so much as glide, leaving dark, wet marks on the linoleum. The overhead lights flickered erratically, casting her distorted form in alternating light and shadow. I pressed myself against the wall, unable to move or scream. She drifted past me, close enough that I could smell the sour, musty odor emanating from her. Not decay exactly, but something equally repulsive, like old meat left too long in a warm refrigerator. Once she disappeared around the corner, I broke from my paralysis and ran to my room, fumbling with the key card 3 times before the lock disengaged. Inside, I secured every possible latch and wedged a chair under the doorknob for good measure. Throughout the night, I heard scratching at my door. Not the casual pawing of a curious cat, but deliberate, rhythmic scraping that seemed designed to maximize my terror. Occasionally, the scratching was interrupted by low moans that sounded less human with each repetition. By dawn, I was sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring unblinking at the door, convinced that whatever waited outside wasn't just the woman with the twisted neck, but something far worse. Something that had been following me since Winston's death. Something that could inhabit different forms. As soon as morning light filtered through the thin curtains, I packed my bag and prepared to leave. When I opened my door, the hallway was empty, but 3 distinct scratch marks marred the wood near the handle, identical to those I'd found on my bedroom door at home. Back in my apartment, I began documenting everything. I filled a notebook with detailed accounts of each incident, starting with Winston's strange behavior and death, through the deer encounter, to the hotel experience. When I reviewed my notes, certain patterns emerged. 1. Each encounter involved an unnatural physical distortion. Winston's growth, the deer's bipedal stance, the woman's rotated head. 2. In each case, the entity seemed aware of me specifically, maintaining eye contact or directing its attention toward me. 3. The scratches, always in sets of 3, appeared after each major incident. I taped sheets of paper across my living room wall, creating a timeline. Red string connected related events. Photographs of Winston before his death. The deer, courtesy of Jamie's phone. The scratch marks provided visual evidence. Standing back, I saw what resembled a detective's murder board, except I couldn't identify the crime or the perpetrator. At the end of February, I received a call from my mother. "I need to talk to you," she said, her voice tight with anxiety. "About Winston." We met at her house the following day. She seemed to have aged years in the weeks since I'd seen her last. New lines etched into her face, her movements more hesitant. "I should have told you this sooner," she began, hands clutching a mug of tea so tightly her knuckles whitened. "When Winston died, when I found him, something was wrong." "Wrong how?" I prompted when she fell silent. "His body," she whispered. "It wasn't right. Inside, I mean." She explained that she'd wrapped Winston's body in a towel, intending to bury him in the backyard. But the towel had come loose, revealing his abdomen split open, not from decay or predation, but as if something had emerged from within him. "There were these sacs," she continued, her voice dropping further. "Like egg casings, but empty. Dozens of them, and his internal organs weren't where they should be. Some were missing entirely." I felt nauseated, remembering Winston's strange growth in his final weeks. "Why didn't you tell me this before? Would you have believed me?" She looked up, her eyes hollow. I barely believed it myself. Before leaving, I asked if she'd experienced anything unusual since Winston's death. Strange animals, unexplained noises, the feeling of being watched. "No," she said too quickly, avoiding my gaze. "Nothing like that." But as I was walking to my car, she called after me. "Check the backyard before you go, where I buried him." Winston's grave was marked by a small stone my mother had painted with his name. The earth around it had been disturbed, not by an animal digging, but as if something had pushed its way up from below. The hole was perfectly circular, the dirt around its edges strangely smooth, as if melted and resolidified. That night, I dreamed of Winston standing upright at the foot of my bed, his body elongated to human proportions, his fur patchy and revealing grayish skin beneath. In the dream, he spoke to me in a voice that sounded like multiple voices layered together. "We've always been here," he said, watching, waiting, learning. I woke to find 3 fresh scratch marks on my bedroom ceiling, directly above where I slept. By early March, my investigation had consumed me entirely. I stopped going to work, using accumulated sick days to focus on understanding what was happening. My apartment walls disappeared beneath papers, theories, and connections drawn in increasingly frantic handwriting. I began researching local history, focusing on unusual animal behavior and unexplained phenomena. At the public library, I discovered references to similar incidents dating back decades. Reports of domestic animals growing to abnormal sizes, wild animals displaying impossible behaviors, people encountering strangers who moved all wrong. These accounts appeared sporadically throughout the county's history, clustering in 7-year cycles. The previous cluster had occurred exactly 7 years ago, culminating in the disappearance of 3 hikers in River Point Park, the same location where Jamie and I had encountered the deer. The hikers' bodies were never found, but one of their cameras was recovered, containing a single photograph. A deer standing on its hind legs beside what appeared to be a human figure with its head twisted backward. I tracked down the retired sheriff who had led the search for the missing hikers. At 78, Bernard Wilson lived in a small house on the outskirts of town, his walls covered with hunting trophies and photographs from his law enforcement career. "I don't talk about that case," he said gruffly when I mentioned the hikers. "Nothing good comes from digging up the past." But when I described my experiences, Winston, the deer, the woman at the hotel, his demeanor changed. He invited me inside, closing and locking the door behind us. "You've seen them," he said, his weathered face grave. "The Watchers." According to Wilson, the entities I'd encountered were neither supernatural nor extraterrestrial, but something that had always existed alongside humanity, ancient organisms with the ability to mimic other life forms. They lived primarily underground, emerging in cycles to observe, study, and occasionally harvest specimens. "They're curious about us," Wilson explained. "Have been for thousands of years. They learn by inhabiting things. Animals first, usually, then sometimes people." "What do they want?" I asked. Wilson's expression darkened. "To understand us from the inside out." He believed Winston had been their first attempt to reach me, a test subject they'd modified and ultimately inhabited. The deer, the woman at the hotel. These were subsequent attempts, each more sophisticated than the last. "Why me?" My voice sounded distant to my own ears. "Wrong question," Wilson replied. "Better to ask, why now? They're building towards something, a larger emergence." Before I left, Wilson pressed a small leather pouch into my hand. "Keep this with you," he instructed. "It won't stop them, but it might slow them down." The pouch contained a mixture of dried herbs and what appeared to be small bones. Its odor was pungent, medicinal. "One last thing," Wilson called as I walked to my car. "If you see someone you know acting strange, family, friends, anyone, run. Don't try to help them. It won't be them anymore." That night, Jamie called, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "I need to see you," he said. "Something's happening to me." I agreed to meet Jamie at his apartment the following evening, March 17th. Against my better judgment, I went alone, Wilson's warning echoing in my mind. I brought the leather pouch, tucked securely in my jacket pocket. Jamie's building was quiet when I arrived, the hallway to his second-floor apartment dimly lit and deserted. I knocked, hearing movement inside but receiving no response. After a minute, I knocked again, louder. "Jamie? It's me." The door opened a few inches, revealing a slice of darkness. Jamie's voice came from within, strained and barely recognizable. "You shouldn't have come." I pushed the door wider, stepping into the apartment. The blinds were drawn, the only illumination coming from a single lamp in the corner. The air smelled wrong, musty and organic, like a greenhouse filled with rotting plants. Jamie stood in the center of the room, his posture rigid and unnatural. He was wearing the same clothes he'd worn during our hike weeks earlier, now stained and disheveled. "What's going on?" I asked, maintaining distance between us. "You said something was happening to you." "I lied," Jamie replied, his voice fluctuating between his familiar tone and something deeper, resonant. "I needed you here." He took a step forward, moving with a fluidity that seemed choreographed rather than natural. His head tilted at an impossible angle, neck elongating slightly. "We've been watching you," he continued. "Learning from you. Your fears, your connections, your patterns." I backed toward the door, fingers closing around Wilson's pouch. "You're not Jamie." A smile stretched across his face, too wide, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. "Jamie is here," the thing said. "Part of him. We don't discard, we incorporate." Its movements became increasingly erratic as it spoke, joints bending in directions human anatomy shouldn't allow. Jamie's familiar features remained, but something else animated them. Something ancient and patient. "What do you want?" I demanded, struggling to keep my voice steady. "To understand. To prepare." It gestured toward the window. "The cycle is nearly complete. The emergence approaches." In that moment, I realized the entity wasn't just referring to itself, but to something larger. A collective or colony. The incidents I'd experienced weren't isolated events, but components of a coordinated observation. I threw Wilson's pouch at the creature's feet. The dried contents scattered across the floor, releasing a sharp, acrid scent. The thing wearing Jamie's form recoiled, its movements becoming disjointed, spasmodic. "Primitive deterrence," it hissed, voice distorting. "Temporary." I used its momentary disorientation to escape, slamming the apartment door behind me and racing down the hallway. In the parking lot, I glanced back at Jamie's window and saw not one but 3 figures silhouetted against the blinds, identical in height and build, moving in perfect synchronization. Driving home, I passed dozens of pedestrians on the sidewalks. For the first time, I found myself studying their gaits, their postures, wondering how many others had been incorporated. My apartment no longer felt safe. I packed essential items, clothes, my research notes, Wilson's contact information, planning to leave town immediately. As I was loading my car, my phone rang, my mother's number. "Don't come here," she said without preamble, her voice trembling. "There's something in the house. Something wearing Dad's face." My father had died 3 years earlier. "Where are you?" I asked, already sliding into the driver's seat. "Bathroom, door locked, but it knows I'm here. Keeps calling my name in his voice." "I'm coming," I said. "Stay on the phone." "No!" Her panic was palpable. "It's too late. They're everywhere now. The cycle is..." The line went dead. I drove recklessly toward my mother's house, running red lights, weaving through traffic. The sky darkened prematurely, heavy clouds gathering despite no forecast for rain. Other drivers seemed oblivious to my urgency, many traveling well below the speed limit, their faces blank and forward-facing as I passed. At one intersection, I noticed something disturbing. Every pedestrian waiting to cross was standing in identical posture, arms hanging at their sides, heads tilted at the same slight angle. As my car approached, they turned in unison to watch me pass. My mother's neighborhood appeared normal at first glance. Houses quiet, lawns maintained, a few children's bicycles abandoned on sidewalks. But as I parked across the street from her house, I noticed the stillness. No birds called. No insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to have died. The front door of my mother's house stood open, the interior darkness spilling onto the porch like a physical substance. I approached cautiously, Wilson's warnings competing with filial duty in my mind. "Mom?" I called from the threshold, unwilling to enter blindly. No response came from within, but from behind me a chorus of voices answered, all identical, all speaking in perfect unison. "She's with us now." I turned to find the street had filled with people. Neighbors, mail carriers, children, all standing motionless, all staring at me with the same flat expression. Among them stood Jamie, my mother, and a perfect duplicate of myself, indistinguishable except for the unnatural stillness of its posture. "The cycle completes tonight," my doppelganger announced, its voice a disturbing approximation of my own. "The emergence begins." The crowd began moving toward me with that now familiar gliding motion, their feet barely seeming to touch the ground. I retreated into my mother's house, slamming the door and engaging every lock. Through the windows, I could see them assembling on the lawn, forming concentric circles, their movements becoming increasingly synchronized. I searched the house, calling for my mother despite knowing she had likely been incorporated, like Jamie. The house was empty, but evidence of struggle remained. Overturned furniture, a broken lamp, scratches on the walls in sets of 3. In my father's former study, I found a sheet of paper on the desk, covered in my mother's handwriting. They emerged 7 years ago but weren't ready. Too few hosts, too little understanding. They've been planning, learning, adapting. Tonight they reach critical mass. God help us all. Below these words was a crude map of the county with one location circled repeatedly: River Point Park. Specifically, a section deep within the forest where limestone caves penetrated into the earth. Outside, the crowd had grown larger, encompassing what appeared to be the entire neighborhood. Their concentric circles now rotated in opposite directions, creating a disorienting visual effect. At the center stood my doppelganger, head tilted backward at an impossible angle, mouth open in a silent scream. I realized then that my mother's house wasn't their target. I was. They had herded me here, isolated me. The incorporation they sought required proximity, physical contact. As long as I remained inside, I was temporarily safe. But the map suggested something larger was unfolding at River Point Park. Whatever emergence they planned culminated there, at the caves. If I wanted answers, if there was any hope of stopping this, I needed to reach that location. The house had a rear exit through the kitchen, leading to an alley behind the property. If I could reach my car undetected, I might escape the congregation outside. As darkness fell completely, I prepared to make my attempt, gathering improvised weapons: a kitchen knife, a heavy flashlight, a can of wasp spray that might disorient them temporarily. At precisely 9:17 p.m., a sound like thunder rolled across the sky, though no lightning followed. The crowd outside went completely still, then raised their faces toward the heavens in perfect unison. In that moment of distraction, I slipped out the back door and ran. River Point Park was deserted when I arrived, the entrance gate hanging open despite the late hour. No ranger manned the security booth. No other vehicles occupied the parking area. The forest beyond the trailhead was absolute darkness, the moon and stars obscured by unnatural cloud cover. I retrieved a flashlight from my glove compartment and began walking the main trail, the same path Jamie and I had taken weeks earlier when we encountered the deer. The familiar landscape had transformed in darkness, benign landmarks becoming ominous silhouettes against the night sky. As I ventured deeper into the forest, I became aware of movement among the trees. Not the expected rustling of nocturnal animals, but deliberate, coordinated motion. Figures paced alongside the trail, maintaining distance but matching my speed precisely. My flashlight beam occasionally caught reflective eyes watching from the underbrush. The trail eventually forked, one path continuing toward the river, the other leading toward the limestone formations that house the caves. I took the latter, the ground gradually rising as I approached the rocky outcroppings that dominated this section of the park. The cave entrance was larger than I remembered from childhood visits, a yawning mouth in the hillside, exhaling cool, damp air that carried an organic, almost meaty smell. Unlike the absolute darkness of the forest, a faint phosphorescence emanated from within the cave, casting sickly green light onto the surrounding rocks. I hesitated at the threshold, every instinct warning against entering. But answers lay within, about Winston, about Jamie and my mother, about the nature of the entities that had infiltrated our community. Drawing a deep breath, I stepped inside. The main passage descended gradually, the walls transitioning from rough-hewn rock to something smoother, almost polished. The phosphorescent light grew stronger as I progressed, emanating not from artificial sources but from the stone itself, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. After approximately 200 yards, the passage opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness despite the eerie glow. The floor had been cleared of debris and smoothed to create a perfect circle, at the center of which stood a structure that defied description, part organic, part mineral, resembling both a massive fungal growth and a crystalline formation. Surrounding this central structure were hundreds of figures, human in basic shape but moving with that now familiar wrongness. They stood in concentric circles, rotating slowly, their movements creating complex patterns across the chamber floor. Among them, I recognized faces. Jamie, my mother, neighbors, even the desk clerk from the Pineview Hotel. At the base of the central structure knelt my doppelganger, head bowed as if in prayer or submission. As I watched from the passage entrance, it raised its face toward the apex of the formation and began to speak. Not in English or any human language, but in a series of clicks, croaks, and undulating tones reminiscent of Winston's final vocalizations. The formation responded, sections of its surface rippling and changing color. The gathered figures began moving faster, their circles tightening around the central structure. From within the formation came a deep, resonant pulse that I felt rather than heard, vibrating through the stone beneath my feet. I remained frozen, overwhelmed by the scale of what I was witnessing. This wasn't just an infiltration. It was a convergence, perhaps even a birth. The Watchers Wilson had described were assembling for something unprecedented in their cycle. As if sensing my presence, my doppelganger turned, its face splitting into a grotesque approximation of a smile. "You're here," it said, its voice echoing unnaturally in the chamber. The final observer. The last perspective we needed. The rotating circles parted, creating a direct path between me and the central structure. My doppelganger gestured invitingly. "Join us," it continued. "Complete the cycle. Witness the emergence." "What emergence?" I demanded, remaining at the passage entrance. "What are you?" "We are the first inhabitants," my double replied. "Before your kind walked upright, we watched from below. We studied. We waited. Every 7 years, we emerged to observe your progress, to incorporate your innovations into our collective." It approached slowly, its movements becoming more human-like, more convincingly identical to my own. "This cycle is different," it explained. "You've reached a threshold. Technology, consciousness, potential. We no longer merely observe. Now we join." The central structure pulsed more intensely, sections of its surface becoming transparent to reveal a churning mass within. Something vast and incomprehensibly complex, neither fully solid nor liquid. "Your mother understood," my doppelganger continued. "So did your friend. They contributed willingly once they saw the truth. You're the final component, the resistant perspective, the skeptic. We need your understanding to complete our model." It extended a hand that appeared perfectly human. "It doesn't hurt," it assured me. "Incorporation preserves what matters: memories, connections, experiences. Only the vessel changes." For a moment, I almost believed it. The promise of answers, of resolution, of reunion with those I'd lost to this process. But then I recalled Winston's eyes in his final days, the fundamental wrongness I'd sensed from the beginning. "No," I said firmly, backing toward the passage. "Whatever you're becoming, whatever emergence you're planning, it's not mine to join." My double's expression hardened, its features shifting subtly into something less human. "You misunderstand," it said, voice deepening. "Incorporation isn't optional. The cycle must complete." The rotating circles of figures began closing in, their movements accelerating. From the central structure came a sound like tearing fabric, massive and reverberating throughout the chamber. The thing within was emerging, with or without my participation. I turned and ran, retracing my steps through the passage, pursued by the sound of hundreds of feet moving in perfect unison. Behind me, the phosphorescent light intensified, casting my shadow long and distorted before me. Emerging from the cave, I found the forest transformed. Every tree, every bush, every blade of grass stood perfectly still despite a rising wind. The clouds above had formed a spiral directly over the cave entrance, rotating in the same pattern as the figures within the chamber. I reached my car as the ground began to tremble. Starting the engine, I caught a final glimpse of the cave entrance in my rearview mirror. A bloom of that sickly green light erupting outward, engulfing the surrounding forest. Within that light moved shapes too vast, too fundamentally wrong to comprehend. As I drove away from Riverpoint Park, away from the town where I'd spent my entire life, I understood that what I'd witnessed wasn't just a local phenomenon. The Watchers had been present globally, emerging in 7-year cycles throughout human history. What happened tonight would spread, had perhaps already spread, far beyond our small community. I drive now with no destination in mind, only distance. The radio broadcasts continue normally. The few gas stations I've stopped at operate as they always have. But I notice details: the cashier's slightly too precise movements, the identical postures of patrons at roadside diners, the way certain people track my movements with too intense focus. The incorporation continues, spreading outward from that cave like ripples in a pond. I don't know if resistance is possible or if the process can be reversed. I only know that I remain unincorporated, an observer to whatever this new phase represents. Sometimes, in unguarded moments, I find myself standing perfectly still, arms hanging at my sides, head tilted at a slight angle, mimicking their posture unconsciously. In motel bathrooms, I study my reflection carefully, searching for signs of change, of wrongness. So far, I remain myself. But the scratches have followed me, 3 parallel marks appearing on motel doors, on my car's hood, on walls where I've slept. They're watching still, waiting for the moment my vigilance falters. The cycle has completed. The emergence has begun. And I, the final unincorporated observer, record these events as testament to what came before and warning of what follows. God help us all. The radio crackled to life, static buzzing through the small cabin before the dispatcher's voice cut through. Base to Outpost 17, we've got reports of hikers missing near Black Ridge Trail. 3 individuals, last contact approximately 6 hours ago. Over. I pulled myself from the edge of sleep, fumbling for the handset. Another search and rescue operation in the making. After 15 years as a park ranger in Cascade National Forest, these calls still sent the same rush of adrenaline through my veins. Outpost 17 to base. Copy that. I'll head out immediately. Coordinates? The dispatcher rattled off the location, deep in the northwestern sector, dangerously close to what we rangers privately called the dead zone. Not because of cell reception, though that was certainly non-existent out there. No, the nickname stemmed from something else entirely. The unusually high number of disappearances that occurred within its boundaries. Hikers who vanished without a trace, experienced outdoorsmen who seemed to evaporate into the thick forest canopy. As I gathered my gear, I caught a glimpse of my weathered face in the small mirror above my sink. The lines around my eyes had deepened over the years, carved there by harsh winters and scorching summers alike. The forest had marked me as surely as I had marked my trails through it. Outside, darkness was setting in. Most search operations wouldn't start until dawn, but these hikers were in the dead zone. If I waited until morning, experience told me we'd find nothing but abandoned gear, if that. I shouldered my pack and checked my rifle. Not standard issue for park rangers, but those of us stationed at the remote outposts were granted certain exceptions. The wilderness didn't play by human rules, and neither did its dangers. As I stepped out into the cool night air, the trees seemed to whisper around me. Most people think forests are silent at night. They're wrong. The darkness amplifies every sound, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. 15 years in these woods, and I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was always watching. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness as I made my way toward my truck. The beam caught something at the edge of the clearing, a reflection perhaps, or a trick of the light. I swung the beam back, but there was nothing there, just shadows playing among the pines. I climbed into my truck and headed out, the narrow service road winding deeper into the heart of the forest. The radio occasionally sputtered with updates, but mostly it was just me and the rumble of the engine. And the memories. 5 years ago, I'd found a book in the cabin when I was first stationed there. The Whispering Forest by Theodore Blackwood. A horror novel about a forest ranger who encounters something ancient and terrible in the woods. I'd laughed it off then, filed it under campy horror in my mind, and shelved it beside the field guides and wilderness survival manuals. But after what I'd seen in these woods, I wasn't laughing anymore. The truck's headlights caught something on the road ahead, a dark shape that moved with uncanny speed across the path before disappearing into the underbrush. Too large for a coyote, too fast for a bear. I slowed the truck, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just your imagination, I muttered to myself, accelerating again. Focus on the hikers. But as I drove deeper into the forest, toward the dead zone and whatever awaited me there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being herded, like prey. The missing hikers would need to be found quickly. Night temperatures were dropping, and hypothermia was a real danger. That is, if hypothermia was the only danger they faced out here in the darkness. I turned onto the barely visible trailhead that would take me toward their last known location, the truck bouncing over exposed roots and rocks. Whatever was out there in the shadows, I was heading straight for it. Dawn broke over the forest with reluctant fingers of light that barely penetrated the dense canopy. I'd made camp at the edge of the Black Ridge Trail after the terrain became too rough for the truck. Sleep had been fitful at best. The forest has a way of keeping you alert even when exhaustion begs otherwise. I'd been a ranger long enough to know the drill for finding lost hikers, search for signs of disturbance, call out at regular intervals, listen for responses. But in the dead zone, standard procedures often proved useless. People didn't just get lost here. They vanished. "Hello, Park Service," I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. The only response was the startled flutter of wings as a group of ravens took flight. As I hiked deeper into the wilderness, I documented everything with methodical precision. 3 sets of boot prints heading northeast, following the trail before veering off unexpectedly near a large rock formation. A discarded water bottle, still half full. A torn piece of red fabric snagged on a thorny bush. The trail of evidence led me to a small clearing I'd never encountered before, despite my extensive knowledge of this section of forest. In the center stood what appeared to be a crude structure of branches and stones arranged in a pattern that was distinctly unnatural. My radio crackled to life suddenly, making me jump. "Repeat, Outpost 17. Do you copy? Over." I grabbed the handset. "This is Outpost 17. Go ahead, base. We've got additional information on your missing hikers. Turns out they were heading into the area to investigate local folklore. Something about the Cascade Strider or some such nonsense." Over. The Cascade Strider. My blood ran cold. It was one of many local names for the creature that allegedly haunted these woods. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Wild Man. Every region had its own version of the myth. Except I wasn't sure it was just a myth anymore. "Copy that, base. Any other information I should know?" Over. "Negative. Just find these idiots before they become statistics. Base out." I clipped the radio back to my belt, surveying the clearing again. The structure in the center resembled something I'd seen once before, in a photograph attached to a report filed by a ranger who'd gone missing 10 years ago. His last documented discovery before he vanished without a trace. The report had been quietly buried by administration. Too fantastical, they said. The ranger must have suffered a psychological break from the isolation, but I'd seen the photos. I'd read his meticulous notes. And now I was standing in front of the same kind of structure. I approached cautiously, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. The arrangement was deliberate. Branches woven together in complex patterns, stones placed at specific intervals. Not the work of hikers or campers. Not the random debris of nature. Something pressed beneath my boot as I circled the structure. Looking down, I saw a smartphone in a camouflage case. One of the missing hikers, no doubt. I picked it up, hoping it might contain clues, but the battery was dead. A sound caught my attention. A low, resonant thump that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, like a massive heartbeat pulsing through the earth itself. Thump. I held my breath, listening. Thump. The sound was moving, circling the clearing. I reached slowly for my rifle, scanning the dense wall of trees surrounding me. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, no rustling of leaves despite the gentle breeze I could feel on my face. Thump. 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 The rhythm increased, like something approaching at a run. I raised my rifle, aiming at the tree line where the sound seemed loudest. "Park Service," I shouted. "Identify yourself." The sound stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the ominous thumping. Then I saw it, a shadow moving between the trees. Massive, upright, moving with a fluid grace that no bear or known predator could manage. Just for a moment, silhouetted against the lighter backdrop of distant foliage. Then it was gone. I stood frozen, rifle still raised, heartbeat thundering in my ears. Part of me, the rational, trained, professional part, tried to categorize what I'd seen. A bear standing on hind legs? An elaborate hoax perpetrated by the missing hikers? But deep down, I knew better. Whatever I'd glimpsed was something science had no name for. Something that had been hunting these woods long before humans claimed them as protected land. And now it was hunting me. I followed the tracks deeper into the forest, each step taking me further from any semblance of safety. The day was waning, shadows lengthening across the forest floor like grasping fingers. In a few hours, darkness would reclaim these woods, and I'd be alone with whatever lurked among the trees. The missing hikers' trail had become increasingly erratic. Signs of running, of panic. Dropped gear suggested they'd fled in terror, abandoning anything that slowed them down. I collected what I could: a high-end DSLR camera, a journal filled with notes about Bigfoot sightings, a digital voice recorder. I played the recorder as I walked, listening to the excited voices of 3 young people embarking on what they called their Sasquatch safari. Their enthusiasm reminded me of a Reddit thread I'd once stumbled across titled, "I'm a park ranger and we're not allowed to talk about the staircases in the woods." The thread had detailed strange phenomena in national parks across the country, phenomena officially denied by park services, but whispered about by rangers around campfires. The recording continued, documenting their journey until the tone suddenly shifted. "Did you hear that?" a female voice whispered. Rustling, then silence. Then, "Jesus Christ, it's huge. Run, Roo." The recording cut off in a burst of static. I stopped the playback, a chill running through me despite the warm afternoon. Looking up, I realized I'd wandered into a part of the forest I didn't recognize. The trees here were older, massive trunks stretching skyward, canopies blocking out most of the sunlight. The undergrowth was sparse, the forest floor covered in a thick carpet of moss that muffled my footsteps. And then I saw them, the structures. Dozens of them, similar to the one I'd found in the clearing, but larger, more complex. They formed a rough circle around a central space where the moss had been cleared away, revealing bare earth. This was no random arrangement. This was deliberate, territorial, a warning. I should have turned back, called for backup. But the thought of the missing hikers pushed me forward. If they'd stumbled across this place, they would have been trespassing on something ancient and territorial, something that might still have them. In the center of the clearing, pressed into the bare earth, was a massive footprint, at least 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. Too large for any known primate, too detailed to be fake. I photographed it methodically, placing my own boot beside it for scale. My size 12 hiking boot looked childlike in comparison. As I knelt there studying the print, A realization slowly dawned on me. The forest had gone silent again. No birds, no insects. Nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the blood rushing in my ears. I rose slowly, scanning the tree line, and that's when I saw them. The hikers, or what was left of them. 3 backpacks neatly arranged at the base of the largest tree at the edge of the clearing. Beneath them, 3 pairs of hiking boots, each containing the severed feet of their owners. My stomach lurched. In 15 years as a ranger, I'd seen my share of tragedies. Hikers who'd fallen to their deaths, campers mauled by bears, climbers frozen on mountainsides. But this was different. This was deliberate, ritualistic. I keyed my radio, hand trembling. Outpost 17 to base. I found evidence of the missing hikers. Sending coordinates. Request immediate backup and medical examiner. Over. Only static answered me. I tried again, switching channels, checking the battery. Nothing. The radio was working, but no signal was getting through. Almost as if something was blocking it. A branch snapped behind me. A sound so ordinary, yet so terrifying in that moment that I nearly dropped the radio. I spun around, rifle raised, to find myself staring at a wall of fur and muscle that hadn't been there seconds before. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its broad shoulders nearly spanning the width of 2 men. The body was covered in thick dark hair, but the face, God, the face. Almost human, but not quite. Eyes that reflected intelligence and ancient rage in equal measure. We stared at each other, predator and prey, though in that moment I wasn't sure which was which. It could have killed me instantly. Instead, it studied me with an intensity that felt like it was looking straight through to my soul. Then it spoke, not in words, but in a series of deep, guttural vocalizations that resonated through my chest. I'd heard recordings of supposed Bigfoot calls before, but this was different. This had structure, cadence, intent. It was communicating. And somehow, on some primal level, I couldn't explain, I understood. It was telling me to leave, to take the evidence of the hiker's fate as a warning and never return to this place. I backed away slowly, rifle still raised, but knowing it would be useless against this creature. With each step I took toward the edge of the clearing, it remained motionless, watching. Only when I reached the tree line did it move, sinking into a crouch that somehow made it seem even more threatening. I turned and ran, the sound of my panicked flight echoing through the silent forest. Behind me came that rhythmic thumping again. Thump, 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 keeping pace but never closing the distance, herding me out of its territory. As I crashed through the undergrowth, blind with terror, one thought kept repeating in my mind. I wasn't the hunter here. I never had been. When I finally made it back to my truck, darkness had fully enveloped the forest. I sat behind the wheel, hands shaking too badly to insert the key into the ignition. The radio bursting to life nearly sent me through the roof. Base to Outpost 17, please respond. We've lost contact for over 4 hours. Do you copy? Over. I grabbed the handset. This is Outpost 17, I said, my voice hoarse. I'm heading back to base. The hikers are dead. Over. Say again, Outpost 17, you found the hikers? Over. Affirmative, they're dead. I'll report in person. Over and out. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd seen over the radio. They wouldn't believe me anyway, just like they hadn't believed the ranger who disappeared 10 years ago. The drive back to my cabin was a blur. Every shadow in the headlights seemed to move. Every dark patch between the trees concealed watching eyes. By the time I pulled up to my outpost, exhaustion had overtaken fear, leaving me numb. I should have reported immediately to headquarters, but I needed time. Time to process what I'd seen. Time to decide what to tell them. Inside my cabin, I emptied my pockets of the evidence I'd collected. The smartphone, the voice recorder, my own photographs of the footprint, the strange structures. I played the voice recorder again, listening for any sounds in the background that might corroborate what I'd seen. Then I noticed the camera, the high-end DSLR I'd recovered from the hikers' abandoned gear. With trembling fingers, I turned it on and navigated to the photo gallery. The first dozen photos were what you'd expect. Scenic forest shots, the three hikers posing at trailheads, close-ups of interesting fungi or plants. Then came the clearing with the structures. The hikers had found it too, documented it from every angle. And then, in the final series of photos, I found it. A blur of movement captured at the edge of the frame. I enlarged the image, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't clear, a smudge of dark against the greens and browns of the forest. But the outline was unmistakable. A massive, upright figure moving between the trees. I sat back in my chair, staring at the photo. Proof. Not conclusive, not clear enough to convince the skeptics, but proof, nonetheless. My gaze drifted to the bookshelf where Theodore Blackwood's novel sat gathering dust. I pulled it down, flipping through the yellowed pages until I found the passage I remembered. The indigenous peoples called it the guardian of the deep woods, a being neither man nor beast, but something ancient that had watched our species climb down from the trees and learn to use tools. It tolerated our presence until we began to destroy its home, cut down its forests, pollute its streams. Then it fought back, not with our weapons of steel and gunpowder, but with fear. It became the shadow in the corner of your eye, the reason your ancestors feared the dark. It became legend, myth, folklore, hiding in plain sight as a story too absurd for modern minds to believe. A chill ran through me as I read those words. Blackwood hadn't been writing fiction. He'd been documenting truth in the only form people would accept it. Something moved outside my window, a shadow passing across the glass too quickly to identify. I froze, listening to the night sounds of the forest. Was that rhythmic thumping just my imagination, or was it drawing closer to my cabin? The radio crackled again. Base to Outpost 17. Search and recovery team is assembled and ready to move at first light. Please confirm coordinates for the hiker's location. Over. I stared at the handset, knowing what I had to do. I couldn't send them in there unprepared, not knowing what waited in those woods. Outpost 17 to base. Be advised, the situation is... I paused, searching for words that wouldn't make me sound insane. The situation is more complex than initially reported. Request permission to brief the team in person before deployment. Over. Copy that. Outpost 17. Permission granted. Report to headquarters at 600. Base out. I set the radio down and returned to the window, peering out into the darkness. The forest seemed to press against the glass, the thin walls of my cabin suddenly feeling like inadequate protection. What would I tell them? How could I make them understand what was out there without sounding like I'd lost my mind? And if they did believe me, what then? A hunting party sent to kill something that had likely lived in these woods for centuries. The thought made me sick. Whatever the creature was, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the guardian of the deep woods, it wasn't the mindless beast of campfire stories. It had intelligence, language, purpose. It had killed the hikers, yes, but they had trespassed into its domain, armed with cameras and recorders, intent on exposing its existence to the world. Wasn't that what I was planning to do now? Outside, a branch snapped. Close, too close to be coincidence. It was here, watching my cabin, watching me. I made my decision then. Gathering the evidence, the photos, the recorder, the camera, I placed it all in a metal trash can outside the cabin's back door. With shaking hands, I struck a match and dropped it in, watching as the flames consumed the only proof of what I'd witnessed. When nothing remained but ashes, I whispered into the darkness, "I understand. Your secret is safe." From the edge of the forest came a soft, acknowledging grunt. Then silence. Morning arrived with a heavy mist that clung to the trees, transforming the forest into a ghostly landscape of shifting shadows. I hadn't slept, spending the night alternating between watching the tree line and questioning my own sanity. Had I really destroyed evidence in some misguided attempt to protect a creature that had killed 3 people? Or was I protecting something else? Something older and more important than any single human life. I rehearsed my story as I drove to headquarters. The hikers had ventured off trail, likely fallen victims to exposure and wildlife. I'd found signs of bear activity near their abandoned gear. No, I hadn't found bodies, just evidence suggesting they couldn't have survived. It was the kind of report that would be accepted without too many questions. Missing hikers in national parks weren't uncommon, and Cascade had its share of tragedies. The case would remain open but inactive, filed away with the others that had no resolution. But as I pulled into the headquarters parking lot, something stopped me. The memory of those structures in the clearing, the intelligent eyes of the creature, the ritualistic arrangement of the hiker's remains. This wasn't just another wilderness accident. This was communication, a warning that needed to be heeded. Inside, the search and recovery team was already assembled. 6 rangers, 2 with tracking dogs, all equipped for a multi-day operation. Chief Ranger Martinez nodded as I entered, her expression grim. "Bishop," she acknowledged. "I understand you have information about our missing hikers." All eyes turned to me. This was the moment. Lie and send these people into danger, or tell the truth and face the consequences. "They're dead," I said flatly. "And we need to close Black Ridge Trail. Permanently." Martinez's eyebrows shot up. "That's a serious request, Bishop. I'm going to need more than your word." "I know what killed them," I continued, my voice steady despite the hammering of my heart. "The same thing that's responsible for every disappearance in the dead zone for the past 50 years. The room went silent. Some of the younger rangers exchanged skeptical glances, but the veterans, those who had worked these woods as long as I had, their expressions remained carefully neutral. "You're talking about the Cascade Strider," Martinez said, not a question but a statement. "I'm talking about something that lives in these woods and considers a portion of them its territory," I replied. "Something intelligent enough to communicate warnings and enforce boundaries." "You've seen it?" one of the younger rangers asked, disbelief evident in his tone. I met his gaze steadily. "Yes." Martinez dismissed the search team, asking them to wait outside. When the door closed behind them, she turned to me. "Sit down, Bishop. Tell me everything. And I mean everything." So I did. The structures, the footprint, the creature itself. The way it had herded me out of its territory rather than killing me outright. The evidence I'd found and subsequently destroyed. When I finished, Martinez was silent for a long moment, studying me with unreadable eyes. "You know how this sounds," she finally said. "I do." "And you destroyed the only evidence that might have supported your story." "I did." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "Why? Why protect something that killed 3 people?" "Because they trespassed," I said simply. "They went looking for it, deliberately invaded its space, tried to expose its existence. It was defending its home. That's not how the families of those hikers will see it." "No," I agreed. "It's not." Martinez stood and paced to the window, looking out at the forest that stretched to the horizon. "You know there's a file," she said quietly. "Incidents dating back to the 1970s, rangers who reported similar encounters. Most transferred out afterward. Some quit. A few disappeared." My breath caught. "You've known all along?" She turned back to me. "I've suspected. There's a difference." She paused. "The thing is, Bishop, every year we get millions of visitors to this forest. Families, researchers, adventurers. Are you suggesting we close off entire sections because something might be living there that doesn't want to be disturbed?" "Yes," I said without hesitation. "That's exactly what I'm suggesting." "Based on what? A story about a monster in the woods?" "I need more than that, Bishop. I need something I can take to the Department of the Interior." I had nothing to offer her. No photos, no recordings, nothing but my word. And yet I knew what I'd seen. What those hikers had found, what had happened to them, could happen again. The indigenous peoples who lived here long before this became a national park had stories, I said slowly. Stories about territories that belonged to the spirit of the forest, places humans were forbidden to enter. They respected those boundaries for generations. And you think we should do the same based on legends? I think those legends existed for a reason, I countered. I think they were warnings, passed down through generations to keep people safe. And I think we've forgotten how to listen. Martinez was quiet for a long time. Finally, she nodded. I'll recommend seasonal closures for the Black Ridge Trail and surrounding areas. Wildlife management study. It's the best I can do without evidence. It wasn't enough, but it was something. Thank you. As I left headquarters, the search team was still waiting, looking at me expectantly. Martinez would give them a sanitized version of events I knew. A story of hikers who had ventured where they shouldn't have, met with tragedy, with no bodies to recover. Some would believe it. Others would whisper around campfires about the Cascade Strider, adding to the mythology. A few might even venture into the dead zone, seeking the truth for themselves. And some of them wouldn't return. 5 years have passed since my encounter in the woods. I still serve as a ranger at Outpost 17, though I rarely venture near the dead zone these days. True to her word, Chief Martinez implemented seasonal closures for Black Ridge Trail, citing ecological studies and wildlife management. The families of the missing hikers eventually received closure of a sort, a formal declaration of death, though without bodies to bury. Their disappearance became another statistic, another tale of wilderness claiming those who underestimated its dangers. But I know the truth. Sometimes, on still nights when the forest seems to hold its breath, I hear that rhythmic thumping in the distance. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat pulsing through the trees. A reminder that I am not alone in these woods, that I never have been. I've come to understand something in these 5 years. The creature, the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot, whatever name humans have given it throughout the centuries, isn't the intruder here. We are. Its kind has lived in these forests for thousands, perhaps millions of years before the first human ever set foot in North America. They've watched us cut down ancient trees, dam rivers, build roads through pristine wilderness. They've retreated further and further into the diminishing wild places, establishing territories that grow smaller with each passing decade. Is it any wonder they defend what little remains? Not long after my encounter, I found a package on my doorstep. No postmark, no return address. Inside was a manuscript titled Guardians of the Ancient Forest: Truth Behind the Myth. The author's name was listed simply as a former ranger. The manuscript detailed encounters spanning decades across national parks throughout North America. The descriptions matched my experience with uncanny precision. The structures, the territorial behavior, the intelligence behind those searching eyes. According to the manuscript, there aren't many of them left. Perhaps a few hundred scattered across the most remote wilderness areas of the continent. They avoid humans when possible, defend their territories when necessary, and only attack when provoked or threatened. They are, in essence, the last guardians of truly wild places. I keep the manuscript locked in my desk drawer, alongside Theodore Blackwood's novel and a small leather pouch I found hanging from a branch outside my cabin one morning. Inside the pouch was a single massive tooth, unmistakably primate, but larger than any known species. A gift? A warning? I'm still not sure. What I am sure of is that the forest holds secrets modern humans have forgotten how to hear. Our ancestors knew better. They created stories and legends to encode warnings about places we shouldn't go, beings we shouldn't disturb. They understood something we've lost in our rush to catalog, classify, and control the natural world. Some mysteries are meant to remain mysteries. Last month, a new ranger was assigned to the outpost nearest Black Ridge Trail. young, eager, full of modern wildlife management theories and technological solutions. He asked me about the seasonal closures, about the dead zone, about the stories he'd heard from other rangers. I told him what I tell all newcomers: respect the boundaries. Some parts of the forest aren't meant for humans. Some territories belong to creatures older and wiser than us. Most laugh it off as the superstitions of an old ranger who spent too many years alone in the woods. Some listen politely but dismiss the warning once out of earshot. A few, the ones who've spent enough time in true wilderness to sense the ancient rhythms that still pulse beneath the surface of our modern world, they understand. They're the ones who might survive a career in these woods. Tonight, as I sit on the porch of my cabin watching darkness claim the forest, I can feel eyes watching from the tree line. Not hostile, not threatening, simply aware. Watching and waiting as they have for centuries. I raise my coffee mug in a silent toast to the shadows among the pines. An acknowledgement between two species sharing this small corner of the world. One ancient and dwindling, one young and expanding, both bound by the same primeval forest. In the distance, that familiar sound. Thump, 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 good hunting, I whisper to the darkness. And somewhere in the forest, something answers. I never wanted to come back to that part of Arizona, not because I didn't love it. I did. The high desert air, the red cliffs, the way the stars looked like they'd been sewn right into the sky. But some places carry weight, memory, and my grandfather's land in the Navajo Nation had both. Javier and Adrian had been bugging me for weeks. "Bro, we need content," Javier kept saying, shoving a camera in my face. "Canyon de Chelly, slot canyons, abandoned ruins. We'll make a killer doc, call it Shadows in the Redlands or something." Adrian was more direct. "Come on, Noah, you're Navajo. That's your turf. Doesn't your family own land out there or whatever?" They weren't wrong. My grandparents used to live near Chinle, tucked up near the cliffs just a few miles off Spider Rock. After my grandfather passed, my grandma moved in with her sister in Gallup. The house had been sitting vacant for years now. So yeah, I agreed. Stupid. The sun was already sinking when we crossed onto reservation land, casting long shadows across the scrubby landscape. The light was sharp, orange, cutting across the rocks like fire. My hands tightened on the wheel as memories flooded back. Summers spent learning to track jackrabbits. My grandfather's weathered hands showing me how to read the land. The last gas station before the canyon was run by a man who looked like he hadn't changed his flannel in 2 decades. His eyes narrowed when he spotted our camera gear. "Where you boys headed?" he asked, voice rough as gravel. "Just doing some filming near Spider Rock," Javier said, adjusting his expensive camera. "Documentary stuff." The man froze, his eyes darting to me. Recognition flickered there. He could tell I was Navajo. "That your land?" he asked. "Sort of," I mumbled, suddenly feeling like an outsider in my own heritage. He leaned closer, voice dropping. "Don't go wandering past sundown," he said slowly. "And if you hear whistling at night, don't answer, don't even look." Adrian laughed behind me. "What happens if we whistle back? Skinwalkers come out and do a TikTok dance?" The man didn't crack a smile. His eyes were serious, almost sad. "They mimic. That's how they find you." He didn't say anything else. Just rang us up, bagged our drinks, and watched us leave like he was already mourning. We drove out past the pavement and onto the old service roads. My stomach was tight the whole time. The land looked the same, but wrong, emptier somehow. I hadn't been back in over a decade, and all that silence pressed on me like a weight. "Dude, your hands are shaking," Adrian noticed from the passenger seat. "You okay?" I nodded, but couldn't find words. How could I explain that the deeper we drove into the reservation, the more I felt something watching us? How the familiar landscape of my childhood now seemed alien, threatening. No birds circled overhead. No insects buzzed. Just wind and dust and memories. We camped about a mile east of my grandparents' old house, up on a sandstone ledge overlooking the canyon. The view was incredible until the sun went down. That's when it hit me. Nothing moved. The desert's never truly quiet. There's always something. A beetle. An owl. The rustle of wind through sagebrush. But that night, nothing. Like the land itself was holding its breath. We built a fire and cooked some canned chili. Adrian pulled out a flask. To forbidden ground and local legends, he toasted. Don't joke like that, I said. He raised an eyebrow. What? You believe that crap? I didn't answer. Truth was, I didn't know what I believed. My grandfather used to tell me stories, not bedtime stories, warnings. He said there were things out there that weren't meant to be seen. That if you ever heard a voice calling your name from the dark and it sounded like someone you loved, you should run. I used to laugh at that, but not that night. Javier was reviewing footage on his camera. These canyon shots are insane. The light here. He trailed off, engrossed in his viewfinder. I stared into the darkness beyond our camp. The firelight only reached so far, creating a small island of visibility surrounded by absolute blackness. The stars above were brilliant, cold, and distant. You know what they say about skinwalkers, right? Adrian continued, clearly enjoying my discomfort. They're witches who killed their own family members to gain power. They wear animal skins to transform. Shut up, man, I said, more sharply than I intended. I'm just saying, if there's something out there, there's nothing out there, I interrupted, not believing my own words. Just respect the place, okay? My grandfather would have wanted that. We climbed into the tent sometime after midnight. Adrian passed out quickly, the whiskey doing its work. Javier fell asleep scrolling through photos on his camera, but I lay awake, listening. Around 2:11 a.m., I woke up in a cold sweat. I didn't know why at first. The fire had burned down to embers. Javier and Adrian were passed out in their sleeping bags, their faces lit red from the coals. Then I heard it. A whistle. Not a tune, just one long, slow rising note, like someone was testing their breath. It came from the east, then another answered from the west, then silence. I didn't move. Not an inch. I pulled the sleeping bag tighter and prayed it would stop. It didn't. After a few minutes it started again, but this time it was closer. The pitch was off. Just slightly. Like someone trying to copy the sound of a human whistle but getting the shape of the lips wrong. I could hear it bouncing off the cliffs, but I couldn't pin it down. Then came the voice. Noah. It was barely above a whisper. Noah, boy, it's cold out here. I felt every muscle in my body contract at once. That was my grandfather's voice. No question. Same rhythm, same gravelly tone. The way he used to wake me up for morning chores. But he died in 2015. Open the tent, son. I stayed frozen, breathing through my nose, trying not to shake. The zipper didn't move. Neither did Adrian or Javier. Just me, locked in place while something outside pretended to be family. After a minute, I found the courage to unzip the flap just enough to peek outside. There was nothing there. Just the dying fire, just rock and dust. I was about to lay back down when I noticed something strange about the firelight. The shadows were moving in the wrong direction, like something was blocking the light just out of frame. I swung the flashlight toward the ridge. That's when I saw it. A figure, crouched low, like it was squatting. Its arms hung longer than they should have, nearly to the ground. The face, I couldn't make it out, just the suggestion of it. But it was watching us, watching me. I shut the tent, locked the zipper, pressed my back against the fabric, and sat there until morning. When the sun came up, it found me still sitting like that, pale and silent. Adrian groaned and asked why I hadn't gone to sleep. I didn't answer. Javier was reviewing some of his nighttime long exposures and paused suddenly. He turned the screen toward me. There, in the top corner of the frame, perched on the ledge like a gargoyle, was the thing I saw. The silhouette, still and hunched. You could almost make out hands pressed to its face like it was watching through binoculars made of its fingers. I don't remember speaking, but apparently I muttered something under my breath. That's not a man. We didn't talk much that morning. Javier kept zooming in on that photo over and over again, like he could force it to make sense. Adrian said it was probably a trick of the light, or maybe someone messing with us, but he didn't sound convinced. Not really. I told them we needed to leave. I'm serious, I said. Something's wrong. This isn't a joke. Adrian rolled his eyes. Dude, you're just freaked out because you saw a shadow. Come on, you've been telling us spooky stories since we got here. Now you're buying into them. Javier didn't say anything. He just kept staring at the screen. We moved camp anyway, packed everything in silence, drove another few miles down into a shallow canyon, and pitched our tents near an old dry riverbed out of sight from the cliffs. I didn't tell them why I picked that spot. I just knew it was far from where we saw that thing. The second we got the fire going, I stepped away and gathered some ash from the pit. I mixed it with cedar bark and a pinch of cornmeal from a pouch I'd carried in my bag since I was a kid. My grandmother used to do this when I was sick or scared, marking circles around beds, doorways, windows. A barrier. A prayer. Adrian watched me from his camping chair. What the hell are you doing now? Don't break this, I said, drawing the circle carefully around the tent. I'm serious, Adrian. You don't want to invite anything in. He laughed like he always did, but it sounded forced this time. Fine. Vibe circle, whatever. Javier was quieter, setting up his camera on a tripod aimed at the ridge. I'm running an infrared time-lapse tonight, he said, voice flat. Just to see what's out there. The sun sank quickly, as if eager to abandon us. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in minutes. We huddled around the fire, the darkness pressing in from all sides. We should tell stories, Adrian suggested, trying to lighten the mood. Isn't that what people do around campfires? No, I said immediately. No stories, not here. Javier nodded in agreement. Let's just be quiet. We sat in silence, the fire popping occasionally. I watched the protective circle I'd drawn, praying it would hold against whatever was out there. Adrian broke first. Okay, this is stupid. We're sitting here scared of nothing. There's a perfectly logical explanation for what we saw. Like what? I asked. I don't know. A coyote? A homeless guy? Maybe some reservation kids messing with the tourists? That wasn't human, Javier said quietly. Whatever I caught on camera, the proportions were wrong. Adrian stood up. I'm going to bed. You two can stay up all night freaking yourselves out if you want. We didn't hear the whistling that night. We heard something worse. It started with a smell. Around midnight, the air shifted. It was cold already, but this was something different. Like opening a freezer and getting hit in the face with spoiled meat. Rotten wet fur. It came in waves. Then came the noise. Scratching. It was faint. Barely there, but distinct. Like claws against fabric. It moved around the tent slowly. I held my breath. Adrian was silent too. Then it sniffed. I swear to God. It sniffed the tent wall, right next to my head. Long, heavy breaths, like it was tasting our scent. I didn't move. Neither did Adrian. A moment passed, then another. Then I heard Javier whisper from his side of the tent. Guys, there's someone out there. They're looking at me. He sounded choked, afraid in a way I'd never heard before. I started to unzip the tent just a little, just enough to peek out. But something beat me to it. A shadow passed across the mesh. A shape, upright but bent. Its hands dragged across the fabric as it moved, slow and deliberate. Its fingers were too long. I backed away and grabbed my flashlight. The second I turned it on, everything stopped. No wind, no movement, no sound. Then from the tree line, just past the fire, came a voice. "Noah, boy!" I felt every hair on my body stand up. It wasn't my grandfather this time. It was me. My voice, but wrong, hollow, like someone had recorded it and played it back through broken speakers. Then it said Adrian's name. Then Javier's. In every voice but our own. "Javier, come see. You're not scared, are you?" The voice laughed. I turned to Javier. He was pale, sweating, gripping his camera like a weapon. "I saw it," he said. "It was wearing my face." "What?" "In the trees just standing there. I saw its eyes. It smiled like me, Noah. But the mouth, it went too far." Adrian snapped. "Okay, enough of this. This is ridiculous. We're sitting here scared of the woods like kids. I'm gonna take a piss and come back, and you two better have grown a pair." "Don't leave the circle," I said quickly. "Adrian, don't break the circle." But he was already stepping through it. He muttered something about not being afraid of ghost stories and vanished into the dark. I wanted to scream. I wanted to grab him and pull him back, but I didn't. The second he stepped out, the fire flickered. Then we heard it. Running. Not human running. Animalistic. Too fast, circling. Javier gripped my arm. "Do you hear that?" Adrian came back into view, pale, wide-eyed, frozen. I think something's out there," he said, barely above a whisper. I felt it watching me. Then we heard a dry, rattling breath just behind him. I aimed the flashlight, and what we saw did not belong to this world. A figure hunched low, crawling fast on all fours. But the joints bent the wrong way, like a puppet with broken strings. Its back arched unnaturally, spine visible through its mottled skin. And when it stopped and stood, it unfolded like a spider standing upright. It had a face, a stretched, leathery face. But it was wearing it, not owning it. Sewn around its own twisted features, it smiled, and then it spoke in Javier's voice. "Come on, man, it's just a joke." I dragged Adrian back inside the circle. We piled sleeping bags, gear, and even the cooler in front of the tent's zipper. Then we heard a new sound. Zip. The tent was unzipping. From the outside. I shoved my hand forward, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. In the split-second glimpse through the half-open tent flap, I saw fingers, long, clawed, dirty, and bent backward, feeling along the zipper like it was learning what it was. Then Javier screamed. Not inside the tent, outside. We burst out, but he was gone. Just gone. No struggle, no blood, no noise. Just his camera lying on the dirt, still recording. Adrian picked it up with shaking hands. We watched the footage right there, using the back screen. It showed Javier sitting alone, looking toward the trees. Then a figure stepped into frame behind him. Not walked, crawled, like a lizard, down a tree, head first. Its arms reached out, then folded Javier into them like he was nothing. He didn't fight. He just vanished into the dark. And then the camera turned on its own and showed the face. Javier's face, grinning, wrong, stretched too wide. And then the feed cut out. We didn't speak. We didn't cry. We just packed what we could and started walking. We didn't know where. Just away. I never told Adrian what I saw in the firelight just before we left. Just past the ashes of the broken circle, there were hoof prints, barefoot tracks, and drag marks, and written in the ash, in crooked block letters, "Let us in." We didn't stop walking until the sun came up. No sleep, no food, no plan. Just the two of us, me and Adrian, hauling what was left of our gear through miles of empty scrubland, hoping we'd hit a road or see headlights or something that didn't have a face sewn from someone we used to know. Javier was gone, and I wasn't even sure he died. That somehow made it worse. I tried to keep my mind moving, tried to focus on distance, direction, anything. But Adrian was breaking. He wasn't talking, not really, just muttering to himself, replaying the footage on Javier's camera over and over, even though the battery had died hours ago. It had his face, he kept saying. It was wearing his fucking face. The morning light revealed the landscape around us, red rocks, sparse vegetation, the vast emptiness of the desert. But it didn't feel empty anymore. It felt crowded, like eyes were watching from every shadow, every crevice. "We need to find help," I said, though I had no idea where to look. Cell service had been non-existent since we arrived. Adrian stopped suddenly, staring ahead. "Noah," he whispered, pointing. There, in the distance, was our SUV. All 4 doors were wide open. "How?" Adrian's voice cracked. "We parked miles from here." As we approached, I saw that the inside was gutted, ripped apart like a coyote had gotten into it, except there were no paw prints, just long bare feet in the dust. And something else. Hooves. Small ones. The kind you'd expect on a goat. Or a fawn, but spaced wrong, too far apart, like something bipedal wearing the wrong skin. The seats had been clawed up. My backpack was open. Every item inside arranged in a neat little pile across the windshield, like it was studying us, like it knew what mattered. The driver's side window had a message scratched into the glass from the inside. "We follow your voice." I dropped the keys. They wouldn't matter anyway. The battery was stone dead. "We're being hunted," I said flatly. "It's not just trying to scare us. It wants us lost alone." Adrian nodded, still blank-faced, hollow-eyed. I remembered something my grandfather told me when I was 9, that if you're being followed by something not of this world, you don't go home. You don't run straight. You don't give it a trail to follow. Instead, you head to where the old spirits sleep. That's when I remembered the Hogan. The Hogan was built by my grandfather's grandfather, half buried in the canyon near the old shepherd paths. He used to take me there sometimes when I was a kid. It was sacred, untouched, maybe even protected. "We need to go there," I told Adrian, pointing toward a distant ridge. "There's a place, a safe place." Adrian didn't question me. He just nodded, eyes scanning the horizon nervously. "Will it follow us?" "Yes," I said, not sugarcoating it. "But we might have a chance there." The sun climbed higher, beating down on us as we trudged across the harsh terrain. My mouth was dry, lips cracking. We had 1 bottle of water between us, and I was trying to make it last. Adrian kept looking over his shoulder. "Do you feel that?" I did, the weight of eyes on our backs. The sense that we were being allowed to walk, not escaping. "Just keep moving," I said. "Don't look back." The farther we got into the canyon, the quieter it became. No birds, no wind. Not even our footsteps made much sound anymore. Like the rocks were listening. Around noon, we started hearing them again. Our own voices. From behind the rocks, from the ridges above us. Always just far enough that we couldn't see where they were coming from. "Adrian, you left me, bro." "Noah. It's Javier. I'm okay. I just need help." But there was no echo, no weight to the words. They floated. Hollow. Adrian broke first. He turned sharply and screamed into the rocks. "Shut up, you're not him!" The canyon responded in perfect mimicry. "Shut up, you're not him." Same tone, same rage, same pitch, but higher, like a child mocking its parent. That's when the rocks started falling. Not a landslide, just a warning. Something was above us. I grabbed Adrian's arm. "Don't engage with it. That's what it wants." His eyes were wild, unfocused. I can't do this, Noah. I can't. Yes, you can. I cut him off. Think about Javier. We need to make it out to tell someone what happened. That seemed to center him. He nodded, took a deep breath. We continued deeper into the canyon. The walls rose around us, casting long shadows that seemed to move independently of the sun's position. The air grew thick, almost difficult to breathe. From somewhere in the distance came a sound like laughing children, but distorted, stretched out. "What is that?" Adrian whispered. "Don't listen," I said, but I was listening too. The laughter shifted, morphed into something that sounded like a wounded animal, then back to laughter. As we rounded a bend in the canyon, I saw something that made my heart skip. There, on the rock wall, were handprints. Dozens of them in red ochre, ancient Navajo markings. "We're close," I said, feeling a surge of hope. "The Hogan's just beyond that ridge." The handprints watched us pass. I could almost feel them reaching for us, warning us. Adrian suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on something ahead. "Noah," he said, his voice barely audible. "Look." Standing in the center of the path was a deer. Perfectly still. Its eyes reflected nothing, two black voids staring back at us, and its legs, they bent the wrong way. "Don't move," I whispered. The deer's head twitched, neck cracking as it turned at an impossible angle. Its mouth opened, wider than any deer's mouth should, and from it came Javier's voice. "Guys, wait for me." Adrian stumbled backward. The deer took a step forward, its hooves leaving human-like footprints in the dust. "Run," I said, and we did, sprinting past the creature as it began to shed its skin, revealing something dark and glistening beneath. We ran until our lungs burned, until the canyon walls blurred around us. Behind us, something gave chase. I could hear it scrambling over rocks, its breathing ragged and wet. Then, as we crested a small rise, I saw it. The Hogan. We reached the Hogan by late afternoon. It was half buried into the side of a slope, its door sealed with thick planks, the red clay walls covered in faded symbols. Navajo protection glyphs. Some scratched away, some still strong. I pushed the door open and nearly wept. Inside it smelled like cedar and sage, dusty but untouched. In the center there was a small circle of black ash, intact. We dropped everything and sat inside it. I grabbed the old satchel from the altar shelf, my grandfather's pouch of blessed ash and turquoise chips, and kept it clutched tight in my hands like it was the only real thing left in the world. "What is this place?" Adrian asked, looking around in wonder at the small, dome-shaped structure. "A sacred dwelling," I explained, running my hand along the smooth clay wall. "My family has kept this place for generations. It's protected." Adrian nodded, not understanding, but accepting. He was past questioning anything at this point. I began to explain the significance of the Hogan, how it was built with the door facing east to welcome the morning sun, how the smoke hole in the center connected us to the sky. But my words trailed off as the air outside turned thick, like we were being suffocated by silence. Then came the knock. 3 times, slow, rhythmic, like it had all the time in the world. I held my breath. Another knock, but it came from the opposite side of the Hogan now. Then another, above us, on the roof. Adrian whimpered, "It's surrounding us." "No," I whispered. "It is us. It's inside our heads." Then the voice came, right outside the door. Javier's voice. "Noah, open up, man. I'm hurt." Silence. Then it came again. From behind us this time. "Please, it's so dark out here. Don't leave me out here." I stood, stepped toward the door. Adrian grabbed my arm. "Don't." "I'm not," I said. "I think it knows it's losing." Outside it growled. Not like a bear, not like a coyote. Something deep and wet, like breath caught in a throat too long. The voice changed. Noah. It wasn't Javier anymore. It was my grandfather. Open the door, son. We need to bury you. My knees buckled. Then something slammed against the wall so hard it shook the dirt from the ceiling. Then again, the door cracked. Wood splintered. It was coming in. I ripped open the satchel, grabbed the ash, whispered the only prayer I could remember. My DNA was rusty, but I spoke it anyway with everything I had. And when the door shattered and the thing crawled in, I saw its real face. It had none. Just raw sinew. Holes for eyes. A mouth that stretched and warped and split open as it screamed. But its scream was layered. Dozens of voices all at once, like a choir of the dead. I threw the ash in its face. It hit like acid. It screeched, a sound so sharp it made my ears bleed, and burst into fire without flame. A white-hot flash that lit the Hogan like a furnace. It didn't run. It crawled out backwards, screaming all the way, bones snapping, skin tearing off as it went. Then it was gone, and the silence returned. Adrian was huddled in the corner, hands over his ears, eyes squeezed shut. I crawled to him, put a hand on his shoulder. "It's gone," I said. "For now." He looked up at me, eyes red-rimmed. "What was that thing?" I shook my head. "Something old. Something that doesn't belong in this world anymore." We sat in silence as darkness fell outside. The ash circle in the center of the Hogan seemed to glow faintly, a barrier between us and what waited beyond the broken door. I told Adrian what my grandfather had taught me, that there were things in this world that hungered for human form, human voice. That they could wear your skin, your memories, if you let them in. "Will it come back?" he asked. "Yes," I said, "but not tonight. The Hogan will hold." As we settled in for the night, Adrian finally fell into an exhausted sleep. But I stayed awake, watching the doorway, listening to the night sounds return. An owl, wind through juniper, normal sounds. The world was balancing itself again. But as I drifted towards sleep, I heard a whisper, not from outside, from inside my own head. "Noah, we're still here." The sun rose like it had no idea what had happened. Golden light spilled through the broken door of the Hogan, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Adrian was curled up in the ashes, still sleeping. I was standing on the ridge above the Hogan, staring at nothing. I'd gone outside as dawn broke, needing to breathe, to feel something normal. The desert stretched out before me, beautiful and indifferent. No sign of what had hunted us. No tracks, no blood, nothing. But I could feel it. A thinness in the air. Like the barrier between worlds had been stretched too far and hadn't quite snapped back into place. I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Adrian climbing up to join me. His face was haggard, eyes sunken with exhaustion. "You okay?" he asked. I almost laughed. "No." He nodded. "Yeah, me neither." We stood in silence, watching the landscape wake up. A hawk circled overhead. Insects buzzed. Normal things. "We need to find a way out of here," Adrian said eventually. "Find help." "For what?" I asked. "For Javier?" The question hung between us. What could we possibly tell anyone? Who would believe us? "I just want to go home," Adrian said, his voice cracking. "I know," I said. "Me too." We gathered what little we had left and started walking. The GPS on Adrian's phone was dead, but I had a general sense of direction. If we headed east, we'd eventually hit a main road. The day grew hot quickly. Sweat soaked through my shirt, but I felt cold inside. Empty, like something had been scooped out of me. Adrian was talking more now, planning what we'd say when we found help. A story about getting lost, about Javier wandering off, a normal, believable tragedy. I let him talk. It seemed to keep him together. Around midday, we heard the distant sound of an engine. We froze, then started running toward it. Over a rise, we saw a ranger vehicle driving slowly along a dirt road. We shouted, waved our arms. The vehicle stopped. The ranger who stepped out looked us over with concern. Two dehydrated, terrified young men appearing out of nowhere. "You boys okay?" he asked. Adrian started our practice story immediately. We were filming a documentary. Got separated from our friend. Spent the night lost. The ranger radioed for help, gave us water. Everything happened quickly after that. More rangers. Questions. Search parties organized for Javier. I went through the motions, answering questions mechanically. Yes, we were filming. No, we didn't see where he went. Yes, we spent the night in an old structure. They didn't ask about the fear in our eyes, about why we jumped at shadows, about why I kept checking behind the ranger as he spoke to us. By evening, we were in a ranger station. They'd given us food, more water, blankets. Adrian was talking to someone about filing a missing persons report. I sat alone, staring at the wall. I felt hollow, disconnected. Like I wasn't quite back in the real world yet. A shadow fell across me, and I looked up to see an older Navajo man standing there. He wasn't in uniform. Something about his eyes reminded me of my grandfather. "You went to the old places," he said. Not a question. I nodded. "And you brought something back." My heart stuttered. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, he handed me a small pouch, similar to the one I'd used in the Hogan. "Keep this close," he said. "Don't speak its name. Don't acknowledge it. It will fade." Before I could ask more, he was gone. Just a retreat of footsteps and the closing of a door. I opened the pouch. Inside was ash, sage, and a small carved stone figure. Protection. Adrian came back looking drained. "They're sending out search teams at first light, but they don't sound hopeful. They won't find him," I said. Adrian didn't argue. He knew. Javier's body was never found. We gave them the story they expected. We got lost. Javier wandered off. We panicked. That was it. They didn't push. The wilderness was vast. People disappeared in it all the time. Adrian deleted the footage. Every file. Every photo. He said he couldn't bear to look at it, but I knew the truth. He was afraid of what might look back. We flew home 3 days later. Adrian didn't talk much on the flight. He stared out the window, flinching occasionally at nothing. When we landed, he hugged me tightly, then disappeared into the crowd at baggage claim. I never saw him again. His social media went dark a month later. His phone was disconnected. When I went to his apartment, a different family answered the door. They said they'd been living there for weeks. I moved back in with my grandmother in Gallup and spent the next 3 weeks in ceremony, cleansing, fasting, burning prayers into cedar wood. She didn't ask what happened. She just looked at me one night and said, "You brought something back with you." I asked what she meant. She pointed to my shadow on the wall. It was still, even when I moved. "Some things don't just wear your skin," she said quietly. "They wear your voice, your memories, and if you're not careful, they wear you." I still dream about the canyon, about what happened there. In my dreams, I'm running through endless red rock corridors, pursued by something that calls my name in every voice I've ever loved. Sometimes I wake up to find dirt on my sheets, sand in my shoes, no memory of where I've been. Last week, I found myself standing in front of the mirror at 3 a.m. with no recollection of how I got there. For just a second, my reflection smiled before I did. I don't go out at night anymore. I don't answer when someone calls my name unless I can see their face. I keep my grandfather's pouch around my neck, refreshing the contents daily. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear whistling. A single note, rising slowly, testing, and sometimes, God help me, I want to whistle back. Because here's the truth I haven't told anyone. Part of me is still out there, in that canyon, with whatever took Javier, whatever wears my shadow, and it's patient, so patient, waiting for me to let it. The incident occurred in the summer of 2018. I was 31 then, and my boyfriend James was 33. We had been dating for 3 years, and this was meant to be our first romantic getaway to my family's cabin in northwestern Ontario. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. We had both managed to secure the same week off from our demanding jobs in Toronto, a rare occurrence that we decided to celebrate with a retreat to the wilderness. The cabin sits on a small island in Lake Mistral, roughly 45 minutes by a winding gravel road from the nearest town of Thornbury. The property has been in my family for over 60 years, passed down from my grandfather who built it himself in 1958. 23 cabins dot the shoreline of the lake, but they're spread so far apart that you can barely see your neighbors through the thick wall of pine, spruce, and birch trees that surround the water. The drive north was peaceful enough. James had never been this far into the Canadian wilderness, and I found myself playing tour guide, pointing out landmarks and sharing childhood memories. But as we turned onto the final stretch of road leading to the boat launch, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The usual summer bustle was absent. The parking area that should have been dotted with vehicles was nearly empty. Just 2 dusty pickup trucks and a rusted sedan that looked like it hadn't moved in weeks. "Where is everyone?" James asked, voicing my own concern. "It's Wednesday," I replied, though I wasn't entirely convinced by my own explanation. "Most people only come up on weekends." The boat launch itself felt wrong. The wooden dock, weathered gray by decades of harsh winters, creaked ominously under our feet as we loaded our supplies into the aluminum boat. The water was unusually still, like black glass reflecting the overcast sky. Not even the slightest ripple disturbed the surface, and the silence was so complete it felt oppressive. As I pulled the engine starter cord, the motor's roar seemed to echo endlessly across the water, bouncing off the surrounding hills with an intensity that made both of us wince. The sound felt like an intrusion, a violation of something sacred and untouched. James gripped the sides of the boat as I navigated through the narrow channel between 2 small islands, his knuckles white against the worn aluminum. "God, it's quiet out here," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the engine. I nodded, but something deeper was bothering me. In all my years coming to this lake, I had never experienced this level of emptiness. There should have been loons calling, fish jumping, the distant sound of other boats. Instead, there was nothing but the mechanical drone of our engine and the gentle lap of water against the hull. The island came into view as we rounded the final bend. Our cabin, a modest A-frame structure with a wraparound deck, sat perched on a small hill overlooking the water. It should have been a welcoming sight, but something about its dark windows and motionless surroundings made it appear almost abandoned. The dock, usually sun-bleached and warm, looked gray and uninviting in the dim afternoon light. As we tied up the boat and began unloading our gear, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. The tree line, thick with decades of growth, seemed to press closer to the cabin than I remembered. Dark gaps between the trunks created pockets of shadow so deep they appeared solid, impenetrable. I found myself glancing repeatedly at these spaces, expecting to see movement, but finding only more darkness. "You okay?" James asked, noticing my distraction. "Just tired from the drive," I lied, shouldering my backpack and heading up the steep path to the cabin. The key was hidden in its usual spot under the loose board on the deck. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the musty smell of a building that had been closed up for months hit me immediately. It was a familiar scent, a mixture of old wood, lake air, and the faint smokiness that never quite left the stone fireplace. But underneath these expected odors, there was something else, something organic and unsettling that I couldn't quite identify. James appeared behind me, arms loaded with supplies. "Smells like my grandmother's attic," he said with a nervous laugh. I forced a smile and opened the windows to let in fresh air, but the breeze that entered felt cold despite the warm afternoon temperature. As I worked to air out the cabin, I noticed several things that struck me as odd. There were scratches on the windowsill of the main room that I didn't remember from previous visits. Long, parallel marks that looked almost like claw marks. The screen door had a tear in it that definitely wasn't there last season. Most disturbing of all, there were what appeared to be large footprints in the soft earth around the cabin's foundation, though they were too weathered to make out any distinct details. Probably just a bear, I told myself, but the prints seemed too large, too human-like in their stride pattern. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in, unpacking our clothes, and preparing dinner. James seemed to relax as we fell into the routine of cabin life, but I remained on edge. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside, every distant sound from the lake made me pause and listen. The isolation that had always been one of my favorite aspects of this place now felt threatening. As evening approached, the temperature dropped significantly. This was unusual for July, but I convinced myself it was just a cold front moving through. We built a fire in the stone fireplace and settled in for our first night, playing cards and sharing stories. James seemed genuinely happy, and I tried to mirror his mood, but I couldn't stop glancing at the dark windows. Around 11 o'clock, as we were preparing for bed, I heard it for the first time. A low, guttural sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in the woods. It lasted only a few seconds, but it was unlike anything I had ever heard before. Not quite an animal sound, but not human either. Something in between. "What was that?" James asked, his card game forgotten. "Probably just a loon," I said quickly, though I knew it wasn't. Loons have a distinctive call that I had grown up hearing. This was something else entirely. We finished our game in relative silence, both of us straining to hear any repetition of the sound. When none came, we convinced ourselves it had been our imagination, or perhaps a distant truck on the mainland road. But as we settled into our beds in the back room, I found myself lying awake, listening to every sound the night offered. The cabin fell silent except for the gentle lapping of water against the dock and the occasional creak of settling wood. James's breathing soon deepened into the steady rhythm of sleep, but rest would not come for me. Something was wrong with this place, something that went beyond the usual isolation and wilderness sounds I had grown accustomed to over the years. Outside, the darkness seemed absolute. Even with my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could see nothing beyond the bedroom window. The blackness was so complete it felt solid, as if someone had hung a thick curtain just inches from the glass. I lay there for what felt like hours, my ears straining for any sound that might explain the growing dread that had settled in my chest. It was nearly 2 a.m. when I finally drifted off to sleep, but my dreams were filled with images of shapes moving through the trees, of eyes watching from the darkness, and of that strange, impossible sound echoing endlessly through the forest. Thursday morning arrived gray and humid, with low clouds hanging over the lake like a wet blanket. I woke feeling unrested, my body aching as if I had been running all night. James was already up, standing at the kitchen window with a cup of coffee, looking out at the water. "Sleep well?" he asked, though something in his voice suggested he already knew the answer. "Not really," I admitted, joining him at the window. "You?" "I kept hearing things," he said quietly. "Probably just the wind, but..." He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. I had heard them too. Soft sounds that might have been footsteps circling the cabin, the creak of the deck boards as if someone was testing each one carefully, the whisper of something moving through the tall grass that surrounded our clearing. The lake appeared different in the morning light. The water, which had been mirror smooth the evening before, now showed signs of disturbance. Concentric circles rippled outward from various points, as if large objects had recently broken the surface. but there were no fish jumping, no ducks or other waterfowl that might explain the disturbance. "Maybe we should head back to town today," James suggested, his usual enthusiasm for outdoor adventures notably absent. I considered this seriously. Everything about this trip felt wrong, from the empty lake to the strange sounds to the growing sense that we were not alone on the island. But I had been looking forward to this getaway for months, and the rational part of my mind insisted that we were simply letting our imaginations run wild. "Let's give it one more day," I said finally. "If we still feel weird about it tonight, we can leave in the morning." James nodded, but I could see the reluctance in his eyes. We decided to spend the day exploring the island, hoping that daylight and activity would dispel the unease that had settled over us. After breakfast, we packed a small lunch and set out on the network of overgrown trails that crisscrossed the island. The paths, which I had hiked countless times as a child, felt different now. Narrower somehow, more enclosed. The trees seemed to lean inward, their branches creating a canopy so thick that little sunlight reached the forest floor. The usual sounds of woodland life, bird songs, the chatter of squirrels, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, were absent. It was as if the entire ecosystem had gone into hiding. 20 minutes into our hike, we came across the first sign that we were not alone. Pressed into a patch of soft earth beside the trail was a footprint unlike anything I had ever seen. It was roughly the size and shape of a human foot, but longer and wider, with what appeared to be claw marks at the tips of the toes. The print was fresh, probably made within the last day or two. "Bear?" James asked, though his voice lacked conviction. I knelt down for a closer look, comparing the print to my own foot. It was at least twice as large and showed a stride pattern that suggested bipedal movement. Bears occasionally walk on their hind legs, but this print was too human-like for that explanation to satisfy me. "I don't think so," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We found 3 more prints over the next 100 yards, each one clearer than the last. The final print was so detailed that I could make out individual toe marks and what appeared to be a heel impression. Whatever had made these tracks was heavy, probably weighing well over 200 pounds, and it had been moving deliberately along the same path we were now following. The trail led us to the highest point on the island, a rocky outcrop that offered a view of the entire lake and the surrounding forest. From this vantage point, we could see the other cabins scattered around the shoreline, but not a single one showed signs of occupancy. No boats at the docks, no lights in the windows, no smoke from chimneys. The entire lake appeared to be deserted except for us. "This is wrong," James said, voicing what we were both thinking. "Where is everyone?" I had no answer. In all my years coming to this lake, I had never seen it so completely empty. Even during the off-season, there were usually a few year-round residents who maintained their properties. The absence of any human activity felt ominous, as if everyone else knew something we didn't. We ate our lunch in silence, both of us scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The forest remained still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Several times, I caught glimpses of what might have been a large shape moving between the trees, but each time I looked directly at the spot, there was nothing there. "We should go back," I said finally, the words coming out more forcefully than I had intended. James didn't argue. We packed up our remaining food and began the descent back to the cabin. But as we walked, I became increasingly aware that we were not alone on the trail. Behind us, perhaps 50 yards back, something was following. I could hear the soft pad of footsteps that seemed to match our pace, stopping when we stopped, resuming when we continued. I grabbed James's arm and whispered, "Don't look back, but I think something is following us." His body tensed, and I could see him fighting the urge to turn around. We increased our pace, but the footsteps behind us quickened as well. Whatever was back there was making no effort to hide its presence now. The sounds were deliberate, almost taunting. When we reached the cabin, we both ran the last 50 yards, not stopping until we were safely inside with the door locked behind us. Only then did we risk looking back toward the trail. The forest edge was empty, but the grass leading to the tree line was disturbed, as if something large had recently passed through it. "What do you think it was?" James asked, his face pale. I didn't answer because I didn't want to voice the terrifying possibility that was forming in my mind. Whatever had been following us was not a bear or any other animal I was familiar with. It was something else, something that moved with intelligence and purpose, something that understood it was hunting us. We spent the rest of the afternoon inside the cabin, periodically checking the windows for any sign of movement in the tree line. The silence outside was complete, more oppressive than any sound could have been. It felt like the calm before a storm, a held breath before something terrible happened. As evening approached, I began to consider James's earlier suggestion that we leave. Every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to get off this island, to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever was lurking in those woods. But the boat was tied up at the dock, and the idea of walking down that exposed path in the growing darkness felt even more terrifying than staying put. "We'll leave first thing in the morning," I promised James, and myself. "As soon as there's enough light to navigate safely." But as the sun set and darkness began to creep across the lake, I had a sinking feeling that morning might be too late. Despite our growing unease, we decided to venture to the mainland the next day. The boat ride across the lake felt different from our arrival. The water, which had been glass smooth, now showed an odd choppiness despite the absence of wind. James handled the motor while I sat in the bow, constantly scanning the shoreline for any sign of movement. "Look at that," James called out, pointing to a stretch of beach near the boat launch. Long gouges in the sand led from the water's edge into the tree line, as if something massive had been dragged from the lake. The marks were too large and too deliberate to be natural, and they appeared fresh. Whatever had made them had done so recently, possibly during the night while we had been trying to sleep. We tied up the boat at the mainland dock with unusual care, making sure it was secure enough to withstand any disturbance. The parking area, which had been nearly empty when we arrived, was now completely deserted. The 2 pickup trucks and rusted sedan were gone, leaving only oil stains and tire tracks in the gravel. "Where did everyone go?" James asked, his voice tight with anxiety. I had no answer. It was as if the entire area had been evacuated while we slept. The absence of other people felt wrong, unnatural. Even the most remote locations usually showed some signs of human presence: tire tracks, cigarette butts, discarded food wrappers. Here, there was nothing. We found the old logging road about half a mile from the boat launch, just as I remembered it from childhood visits. The entrance was partially blocked by a rusted gate that hung open on broken hinges. A weathered sign warned that the road was closed to vehicular traffic, but it said nothing about foot traffic. The road itself was in worse condition than I remembered. What had once been a gravel surface was now largely overgrown with weeds and small saplings. Deep ruts filled with stagnant water created obstacles every few hundred yards. The forest pressed in on both sides, creating a tunnel effect that blocked out most of the sky. "Are you sure this is safe?" James asked as we began our hike. "I used to come here as a kid," I replied, though I wasn't entirely convinced by my own words. "It's just an old logging road. People use it for berry picking." But as we walked deeper into the woods, I began to question my childhood memories. The road seemed to stretch much further than I remembered, and the forest on either side appeared denser, more impenetrable. The usual sounds of wildlife were absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that made our footsteps seem unnaturally loud. After an hour of hiking, we came across the first sign that we were not alone. A massive tree had fallen across the road, its trunk easily 4 feet in diameter. But this wasn't natural deadfall. The tree showed clear signs of having been deliberately pushed over. The root system was intact, and the trunk had been positioned in a way that completely blocked the path. "Storm damage?" James suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. I examined the tree more closely. There were no other signs of storm activity. No broken branches, no debris, no damage to the surrounding trees. This single tree had been toppled with surgical precision, as if someone or something had wanted to block access to the road. We managed to climb over the fallen trunk and continue our hike. But the incident had shaken both of us. The road beyond the tree was in even worse condition, with deep gouges in the earth that looked like they had been made by something heavy being dragged along the ground. 2 hours into our hike, we found a small clearing where we decided to stop for lunch. The space was roughly circular, surrounded by towering pines that blocked out most of the sky. In the center of the clearing was a ring of blackened stones that had obviously been used as a fire pit, though it looked like it hadn't been active for years. As we ate our sandwiches, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. Around the perimeter of the clearing, scratched into the bark of several trees, were marks that looked almost like symbols. They were too regular and deliberate to be natural, but they weren't quite recognizable as letters or numbers either. They had been carved deep into the wood, requiring considerable force and time. "James," I whispered, pointing to the nearest tree. He followed my gaze and went pale. "What do you think they mean?" "I don't know," I admitted. But the symbols filled me with a dread that I couldn't explain. They looked ancient, primitive, like some form of territorial marking or warning. We finished our lunch quickly and decided to turn back. The road ahead disappeared into thick forest, and neither of us felt comfortable venturing further into the unknown. But as we prepared to leave the clearing, I heard something that made my heart race. From somewhere deep in the woods, beyond the range of our vision, came a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. It started as a low rumble, almost like a growl, but it gradually rose in pitch until it became a howl that seemed to echo from multiple directions at once. The sound was neither fully animal nor human, but something in between, something that spoke of intelligence and malice. "What was that?" James whispered, his face drained of color. I didn't answer because I didn't know, and I was afraid that any sound might attract whatever had made that terrible noise. We stood frozen in the clearing, listening as the howl faded into silence. But the quiet that followed was worse than the sound itself. It was the silence of a predator that had located its prey. When we finally found the courage to move, we discovered that we were being followed. Behind us, perhaps 100 yards back, branches were snapping and leaves were rustling as something large moved through the underbrush. Whatever it was made no effort to hide its presence. If anything, it seemed to be announcing itself, letting us know that it was there. We quickened our pace, but the sounds behind us matched our speed. When we jogged, it jogged. When we slowed down, it slowed down. It was toying with us, demonstrating that it could catch us whenever it chose to do so. "Don't look back," I whispered to James, though I was fighting the same urge. "Just keep walking." But the temptation was overwhelming. As we reached the fallen tree that blocked the road, I couldn't resist a quick glance over my shoulder. What I saw made my legs go weak. Standing at the edge of the clearing we had just left was a shape that defied easy description. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and covered in dark hair or fur. But it stood upright like a human, and its eyes, God, its eyes, reflected the dim forest light like mirrors. For a moment, those eyes locked with mine, and I saw something there that was far more terrifying than any wild animal. I saw intelligence, calculation, and something that looked disturbingly like amusement. "Run," I whispered to James, and we both scrambled over the fallen tree and began sprinting down the road. Behind us, the creature let out another of those terrible howls, but this time it was closer, much closer. We ran harder than I had ever run in my life, our feet pounding against the broken pavement as branches whipped at our faces and arms. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, not just footsteps now, but the crash of something large moving through the forest parallel to the road. We didn't stop running until we reached the boat launch, and even then we only paused long enough to untie the boat and push off from the dock. As James yanked the starter cord, I looked back at the tree line and saw movement in the shadows. Whatever had been following us was still there, watching from the safety of the forest. The boat engine roared to life, and we sped across the lake toward our island sanctuary. But as we reached the middle of the water, I realized with growing horror that we might not be heading toward safety at all. We might be heading toward a trap. The boat ride back to the island felt like an eternity. Every shadow on the water's surface looked like something moving beneath us, and I found myself constantly checking behind us to make sure we weren't being followed. The forest on both sides of the lake seemed to press closer, creating the illusion that the water was narrowing, funneling us toward some predetermined destination. James's hands shook as he steered the boat, and I could see the terror in his eyes. Neither of us spoke about what we had seen on the logging road. The creature, for lack of a better word, had been too impossible, too outside the realm of normal experience to discuss rationally. But it had been real. We had both seen it, and we both knew that it had been following us. As we approached our island, I noticed immediately that something was wrong. The cabin, which we had left with all the windows closed and doors locked, now showed signs of disturbance. The screen door hung partially open, moving gently in the breeze. One of the bedroom windows was open, though I was certain we had secured it before leaving. "Did we leave that window open?" James asked, his voice barely audible over the engine noise. "No," I replied, feeling my stomach drop. "We closed everything." We tied up the boat with unusual care, both of us reluctant to leave the relative safety of the water. The dock, which had felt solid and welcoming when we first arrived, now seemed exposed and vulnerable. The wooden planks creaked ominously under our feet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the tree line. The path up to the cabin had been disturbed. Large footprints, the same ones we had seen on the logging road, were pressed into the soft earth, leading from the water's edge directly to our front door. But these prints were different from the ones we had found earlier. These were deeper, more deliberate, as if whatever had made them had been carrying something heavy. "It was here," James whispered, staring at the footprints. "While we were gone, it was here." I nodded, unable to speak. The implications were terrifying. Whatever that creature was, it had intelligence enough to know that we had left the island. It had used our absence to explore our temporary home, to learn about us, to perhaps prepare for our return. We approached the cabin with extreme caution, James grabbing a heavy piece of driftwood from the shore to use as a weapon. The front door was still locked, but the frame showed scratches where something had tested the strength of the wood. The screen door's mesh was torn in several places, as if large claws had raked across it. Inside, the cabin looked largely undisturbed, but there were subtle signs that someone or something had been there. A chair had been moved slightly. Cabinet doors that we had left closed were now ajar. Most disturbing of all, there was a smell. The same organic, unsettling odor I had detected when we first arrived, but now it was stronger, more concentrated. "We need to leave," James said, his voice tight with fear. "Right now." I wanted to agree, but the sun was already beginning to set, and the idea of navigating the lake in darkness felt even more dangerous than staying put. The creature had demonstrated that it could move through the forest as easily as we could move through our own home. If it could reach this island, it could certainly reach the mainland. "We'll leave first thing in the morning," I promised, "as soon as there's enough light." But as darkness fell over the lake, I began to question whether we would survive the night. The creature had been in our cabin. It knew where we slept, where we ate, where we felt safest. It had studied us, learned our routines, prepared for whatever it planned to do next. We barricaded the doors with furniture and checked every window to ensure they were locked. The bedroom window, the one that had been mysteriously opened, showed scratches on the sill that looked like they had been made by claws. Something had been trying to get in, or perhaps had already been inside and was trying to get out. "Maybe we should take turns keeping watch," James suggested. I agreed, though I doubted either of us would be able to sleep. The cabin, which had always been my sanctuary, now felt like a trap. The walls that had once provided security now seemed thin and vulnerable. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the windows, every distant sound from the lake made us both freeze and listen. Around 10 o'clock, as we sat in the main room with all the lights on, we heard the first sound from outside. It was a scratching noise, like claws being dragged across wood. The sound moved slowly around the perimeter of the cabin, as if something was testing each wall, each window, each potential entry point. "It's circling the cabin," James whispered, his face pale in the lamplight. I nodded, too terrified to speak. The scratching continued for nearly an hour, sometimes stopping directly outside a window, sometimes moving to the deck, where the footsteps were clearly audible on the wooden planks. Whatever was out there was taking its time, studying the building, learning its weaknesses. Then suddenly, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any noise could have been. We sat frozen, straining to hear any indication of where the creature had gone. Minutes passed, then hours. But the quiet persisted, so complete that it felt unnatural. "Maybe it's gone," James said hopefully. I wanted to believe him, but something told me that the creature was still there, still watching, still waiting. It had learned patience, had developed a strategy. It was no longer simply following us. It was hunting us. At midnight, we heard the first sounds from the roof. Heavy footsteps moved across the metal surface, each step deliberate and careful. The creature was directly above us, separated only by a few inches of wood and insulation. I could hear it moving from one end of the cabin to the other, as if it was mapping the layout from above. "God help us," James whispered. The footsteps stopped directly over the bedroom where we would normally be sleeping. Something heavy settled onto the roof, and we could hear a scraping sound as if the creature was using its claws to test the strength of the metal. For several minutes it remained motionless, and I had the terrifying thought that it might be listening to us, learning our location by the sound of our breathing. Then, without warning, the footsteps resumed, moving toward the edge of the roof. We heard the creature descend, not down a ladder or along the walls, but in a single leap that shook the entire cabin. It had jumped from the roof to the ground, a distance of at least 12 feet, and landed with the grace of something that had made similar leaps countless times before. The silence that followed was absolute. We waited, barely breathing, for any sound that might indicate where the creature had gone. But there was nothing. It had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving us alone with our terror and the growing certainty that it would return. We spent the rest of the night huddled together on the couch, taking turns at fitful sleep while the other kept watch. But dawn felt like it would never come, and I began to wonder if we would live to see another sunrise. Dawn arrived gray and cold, with a thick mist rising from the lake that reduced visibility to barely 50 feet. The fog seemed to cling to the island, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that made familiar landmarks appear strange and threatening. James and I had managed perhaps 2 hours of sleep between us, and we both looked haggard and exhausted. "We're leaving as soon as this fog lifts," I announced, though my voice lacked conviction. James nodded, but we both knew that the mist showed no signs of dissipating. If anything, it seemed to be growing thicker, as if the lake itself was conspiring to keep us trapped on the island. The water was invisible beyond the dock, and the mainland had disappeared entirely behind the gray veil. We spent the morning preparing for our departure, packing our belongings and securing the cabin. But as we worked, I became increasingly aware that we were being watched. The fog provided perfect camouflage for whatever was out there, and I caught glimpses of movement in the white curtain that surrounded us. "There," James whispered, pointing toward the tree line. "Did you see that?" I looked, but saw only shifting mist and shadows. But I trusted his instincts. We had both developed a heightened awareness of our surroundings that bordered on the supernatural. Something was out there, moving through the fog, circling our position like a predator sizing up its prey. The boat sat at the dock like a lifeline, but the idea of navigating the lake in zero visibility was terrifying. We could easily become lost, run aground, or worse, encounter whatever was hunting us in the open water where we would have no chance of escape. We wait for the fog to clear, I decided. We don't have a choice. But as the morning progressed, it became clear that the mist was not natural. It maintained a consistent thickness and showed no signs of being affected by the breeze or the warming sun. We were trapped, and whatever was out there knew it. The first direct confrontation came around noon. I was standing at the kitchen window, watching the fog for any sign of movement, when a massive shape materialized just beyond the glass. For a moment, I found myself face to face with the creature, separated only by a thin pane of glass and a few inches of space. It was even more terrifying up close. The face was vaguely human but distorted, with features that seemed to shift and change as I watched. The eyes were dark and intelligent, filled with a malevolence that made my blood freeze. But it was the expression on that face that truly terrified me. It was smiling, as if it knew something I didn't, as if it was enjoying my fear. "James," I whispered. But I couldn't look away from those eyes. The creature raised one massive hand and pressed it against the glass. The fingers were long and clawed, easily capable of punching through the window if it chose to do so. But it didn't break the glass. Instead, it simply stood there, watching me, letting me know that it could reach me whenever it decided to. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature melted back into the fog. But its handprint remained on the glass, a dark smudge that looked disturbingly like blood. "It's playing with us," James said, his voice barely audible. "It could have broken in, but it didn't. It's enjoying this." I nodded, unable to speak. The creature wasn't just hunting us, it was tormenting us, drawing out our terror for its own amusement. We were trapped in a game where we didn't know the rules, and our opponent held all the advantages. The afternoon brought more encounters. Shapes moved through the fog around the cabin, sometimes approaching the windows, sometimes testing the doors. We could hear heavy breathing outside, the sound of claws scraping against wood, the occasional low rumble that might have been laughter. "Why doesn't it just attack?" James asked during one of the longer quiet periods. I had been wondering the same thing. The creature was clearly capable of breaking into the cabin. It had already demonstrated that it could move across the roof and leap from incredible heights, but it seemed to prefer psychological warfare to direct confrontation. "Maybe it's waiting for something," I suggested. "Maybe it has a plan." As if responding to my words, the sounds outside suddenly intensified. Heavy footsteps circled the cabin, but now they were accompanied by what sounded like multiple creatures. The fog seemed to be alive with movement, shapes shifting and darting just beyond the range of our vision. "There's more than one," James whispered, his face pale with terror. I pressed my ear to the wall and listened. He was right. There were at least 3, possibly more, moving through the mist around our shelter. They were coordinating their movements, working together like a pack of predators. We weren't just being hunted by one creature. We were being hunted by a group. The siege continued throughout the afternoon. The creatures took turns approaching the cabin, testing our defenses, probing for weaknesses. They scratched at the walls, rattled the windows, and climbed onto the roof where they moved around with deliberate, calculated steps. But they never tried to break in. They seemed content to wait, to let our fear build, to watch us slowly collapse under the psychological pressure. It was a strategy that was working. Both James and I were near our breaking point, jumping at every sound, seeing threats in every shadow. As evening approached, the fog began to thin slightly, revealing glimpses of the lake beyond. For a moment, I felt a surge of hope. If the mist cleared, we might have a chance to escape. But then I saw them. Dark shapes moving through the water, swimming in formation around the island. "They're in the water, too," I told James, pointing toward the lake. We were completely surrounded, The creatures had cut off every possible escape route, trapping us on the island until they decided to end their game. The boat, which had represented our only hope of escape, was now unreachable. Even if we could fight our way to the dock, there was no guarantee that we could outrun the creatures in the water. Night fell with agonizing slowness, and with it came the realization that we might not survive until morning. The creatures had been patient during the day, but darkness would give them additional advantages. They could move unseen, coordinate their attacks, and pick us off whenever they chose. "We need a plan," James said, his voice hollow with exhaustion. I nodded, but I had no idea what we could do. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and completely cut off from help. The creatures had demonstrated intelligence, patience, and a level of coordination that suggested they had done this before. We were not their first victims, and we wouldn't be their last. As the final light faded from the sky, I heard something that made my heart stop. From somewhere in the fog, carried on the still air, came the sound of voices. Not animal growls or howls, but actual voices, low, guttural, and speaking in a language I didn't recognize. The creatures were communicating with each other, planning their next move. And as I listened to those alien voices in the darkness, I realized that we were about to discover exactly what they had been waiting for. The voices in the fog grew louder as full darkness settled over the lake. What I had initially taken for animal sounds were actually words. Guttural, primitive, but undeniably intelligent communication. The creatures were discussing us, debating our fate in a language that sounded like it hadn't been spoken by human tongues for thousands of years. "They're talking about us," James whispered, his face pressed against the living room window. I joined him, straining to understand the alien syllables that drifted through the mist. The voices came from multiple directions, suggesting that the creatures had positioned themselves around the cabin in a deliberate formation. They were no longer simply hunting us. They were conducting some kind of ritual, following a protocol that had been established long before we arrived on this island. The first test came just after midnight. A heavy thud against the front door made us both jump, followed by the sound of claws scraping against wood. But instead of trying to break through, the creature seemed to be carving something into the door's surface. The scraping continued for several minutes, creating a pattern that was too regular to be random. "It's marking the door," I realized. Like a symbol. James grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the entrance. Through the small window beside the door, he could see the creature's massive form hunched over its work. It was using its claws with surgical precision, creating deep gouges in the wood that formed a crude but recognizable pattern. "It looks like..." James paused, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. "It looks like a map." I moved closer to look. The creature had carved a rough outline of the island, complete with the cabin's location and what appeared to be markers indicating the positions of the other creatures. But most disturbing were the symbols carved around the perimeter. Symbols that looked exactly like the ones we had seen on the trees along the logging road. "They've been planning this," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. The symbols in the forest, the empty lake, the fog, it's all connected. The creature finished its carving and moved away from the door, but not before pressing its face against the window. In the beam of James's flashlight, I could see its features clearly for the first time. It was humanoid, but wrong, as if evolution had taken a different path. The skull was elongated, the jaw too large, the eyes set too far apart. But it was the expression that terrified me most. It was looking at us with what could only be described as anticipation. Over the next hour, each of the creatures took turns approaching the cabin. They carved symbols into the walls, scratched patterns into the window frames, and left what appeared to be offerings on the deck: bones, stones, and other objects that I didn't want to examine too closely. They were preparing for something, following a ritual that had been performed before. "We're part of their ceremony," I told James. "We're not just prey, we're participants in something bigger." The thought made my skin crawl. These creatures hadn't simply wandered onto the island by accident. They had been waiting for us, or for people like us. The empty lake, the abandoned cabins, the mysterious disappearance of the other visitors. It all made sense now. We weren't their first victims. We were simply the latest in a long line of people who had been drawn to this place to serve some unknown purpose. Around 2 a.m, the voices outside began to change. The guttural communication was replaced by something that sounded almost like singing, a low rhythmic chanting that seemed to come from all directions at once. The fog began to glow with an eerie phosphorescence, creating ghostly shapes that danced around the cabin. "They're summoning something," James said, his voice barely audible. I nodded, though I didn't want to believe it. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and with it came a sound that made my blood freeze. The splash of something large entering the water. Not one creature, but many, moving through the lake with purpose and intelligence. Through the bedroom window, I could see shapes moving in the illuminated fog. They were tall, humanoid figures that seemed to glide rather than walk. But these weren't the same creatures that had been stalking us. These were different. Older, more alien, with a presence that made the air itself feel thick and oppressive. "We need to get out of here," I whispered, though I knew it was impossible. The chanting reached a crescendo, and suddenly the entire cabin was surrounded by the new arrivals. They moved with a fluid grace that was hypnotic and terrifying, their forms shifting and changing as they circled our shelter. The original creatures, the ones that had been hunting us, seemed to step back, showing deference to these new entities. Then, without warning, the chanting stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, more oppressive than any sound could have been. The fog began to dissipate, revealing the full extent of our situation. We were surrounded by dozens of creatures, all standing motionless in the pale light that seemed to emanate from their bodies. "They're waiting for something," James observed. I was about to agree when I heard it, a sound that made my heart stop. From somewhere in the distance, carried across the water, came the unmistakable sound of a boat engine. Someone was approaching the island, heading directly into the trap that had been set for us. "Oh, God," I whispered. "There's someone else out there." The creatures heard it too. Their heads turned in unison toward the sound, and I could see the anticipation in their movements. They had been waiting for this moment, this completion of their ritual. We weren't their only targets. We were bait, used to draw others into their web. The boat grew closer, its engine echoing across the water. In the pale light, I could see it cutting through the fog, heading directly for our dock. The pilot couldn't possibly see the creatures waiting on the shore, couldn't know that they were sailing into a carefully orchestrated trap. "We have to warn them," I said, moving toward the door. James grabbed my arm. "We can't. We'll be killed the moment we step outside." He was right, but I couldn't stand by and watch innocent people sail into the same nightmare we were experiencing. I moved to the window and began flashing the lights, trying to signal the approaching boat. But the pilot either didn't see the warning or didn't understand its meaning. The boat continued its approach, the engine growing louder with each passing second. The creatures on the shore began to move, positioning themselves along the dock and the water's edge. They were preparing for the arrival of new victims, ready to begin the next phase of their terrible ritual. And there was nothing we could do to stop them. As the boat's headlight pierced the fog, illuminating the dock where the creatures waited, I realized that we were about to witness something that would haunt us for the rest of our lives, however long that might be. The boat's engine cut out just as it reached the dock, the sudden silence almost deafening after hours of mechanical noise. In the pale phosphorescent light that emanated from the creatures, I could see 2 figures in the boat, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 50s. They were laughing about something, completely oblivious to the dozens of entities watching them from the shadows. "We have to do something," I whispered to James. But we both knew there was nothing we could do without exposing ourselves to the same fate. The creatures remained motionless as the couple tied up their boat and began unloading what appeared to be camping gear. They moved with the casual confidence of people who had made this trip many times before, clearly familiar with the area. I wondered briefly if they were the owners of one of the other cabins, returning to check on their property. "Beautiful night for a boat ride," the woman said, her voice carrying clearly across the water. "The fog makes everything look so mysterious." Her companion chuckled as he shouldered a large backpack. "Mystery is good, gets the blood pumping." I wanted to scream at them to run, to get back in their boat and flee while they still could. But I knew that any sound from the cabin would only draw the creature's attention to us. We were forced to watch in helpless terror as the two visitors walked directly into the trap. The first creature moved when the couple was halfway up the path to the cabin. It emerged from the tree line with fluid grace, cutting off their retreat to the dock. The man noticed it first, stopping so suddenly that his companion bumped into him. "What the hell is that?" he said, his voice no longer casual. The woman followed his gaze and went rigid. "That's not possible. That's not—" Her words were cut off as more creatures emerged from the fog. They formed a loose circle around the couple, moving with the same coordinated precision they had shown while stalking us. The man and woman pressed back to back, turning slowly to keep all the creatures in view. "Run," the woman whispered, though there was nowhere to go. The creatures began to close in, their movements deliberate and unhurried. They had done this before, had perfected their technique over years, or perhaps decades of practice. The couple was trapped just as surely as we were, caught in a web that had been laid long before they arrived. But then something unexpected happened. The man reached into his backpack and pulled out what appeared to be a flare gun. He fired it directly at the nearest creature, the bright red flame striking its chest and exploding in a shower of sparks. The entity staggered backward, its phosphorescent glow flickering momentarily. "The boat!" the man shouted to his companion. "Get to the boat!" They ran, pushing through the circle of creatures with desperate strength. The entities seemed stunned by the unexpected resistance, their careful choreography disrupted by the couple's refusal to submit quietly. For a moment, it looked like they might actually escape. But the creatures recovered quickly. They pursued the fleeing couple with inhuman speed, their forms becoming more solid and threatening as they abandoned their hypnotic gliding for a more direct approach. The man fired his flare gun again, but the creatures had learned from the first shot and easily avoided the projectile. The woman reached the boat first, frantically working to untie the mooring lines while her companion held off the pursuing entities. But the creatures were too fast, too coordinated. They reached the dock just as the boat's engine roared to life. What happened next unfolded with horrible clarity in the pale light. The creatures didn't simply attack the couple. They began their ritual. The same guttural chanting that we had heard earlier filled the air. But now it was accompanied by sounds that I never want to hear again. The man's screams cut through the night like a blade, followed by the woman's pleas for mercy. "We can't just watch this," James said, his face pale with horror. But we were trapped by our own cowardice and the certainty that any intervention would only add us to the creature's victim count. We pressed our faces to the window, unable to look away from the nightmare unfolding on our dock. The ritual lasted for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. The creatures performed their ceremony with practiced efficiency, their movements following a pattern that had been established long before we arrived. The couple's screams gradually faded, replaced by the same eerie silence that had preceded their arrival. When it was over, the creatures dispersed as quickly as they had gathered. They melted back into the fog, leaving behind only the evidence of what had occurred. The boat bobbed gently at the dock, its engine still running, but there was no sign of its former occupants. "They're gone," James whispered, though we both knew it was more than that. The couple hadn't simply been killed. They had been consumed. absorbed into whatever dark purpose the creatures served. The ritual had been completed, the sacrifice accepted, and now the entity's attention was turning back to us. The fog began to thicken again, and with it came the return of the creatures. They moved with renewed purpose, their earlier patience replaced by something that felt like hunger. The ritual with the couple had been an appetizer, a preparation for the main course. "Our turn," I said, surprised by how calm my voice sounded. James nodded, his face set in grim determination. At least we know what we're facing now. But knowing what was coming didn't make it any easier to accept. The creatures were gathering around the cabin again, their phosphorescent glow creating an otherworldly light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a massive heart. They were no longer content to wait, no longer interested in psychological warfare. The hunt was about to begin in earnest, and we were running out of time to find a way to survive it. The creature's approach was different this time. Gone was the careful stalking, the psychological torment, the ritualistic circling. They moved with the confident stride of predators who had already worn down their prey, ready to claim their prize. The phosphorescent glow emanating from their bodies grew brighter, casting eerie shadows that danced across the cabin walls. "They're done playing," James said, his voice steady despite the terror in his eyes. I nodded, checking the makeshift barricades we had built around the doors and windows. Chairs, tables, and anything else we could move had been stacked against the entry points, but I knew it would only slow them down. These creatures had demonstrated intelligence, patience, and now they were showing their true power. The first impact came against the front door. The entire cabin shook as something massive struck the wooden barrier, sending our carefully constructed barricade sliding backward. A second blow followed, then a third. The creatures weren't trying to be subtle anymore. They were attempting to smash their way in through sheer force. "The back door," I called out, hearing similar sounds from the rear of the cabin. We were being attacked from multiple directions simultaneously. The creatures had learned the layout of our shelter during their earlier surveillance, and now they were exploiting every weakness. The windows rattled in their frames as claws scraped against the glass, probing for purchase. James grabbed a heavy cast-iron pan from the kitchen, while I found a baseball bat that had been left behind by previous visitors. We stood back to back in the center of the main room, watching as our defenses crumbled around us. The sounds of splintering wood and breaking glass filled the air. "Whatever happens," I said, "we don't give up. We fight until the end." The front door gave way first. The wooden frame splintered with a sound like thunder, and our barricade collapsed in a cascade of furniture. Through the opening, I could see the creatures pressed together, their eyes glowing with anticipation. But they didn't immediately pour through the breach. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. Then I understood. This wasn't just an attack. It was still part of their ritual. They were savoring this moment, drawing out our terror for their own purposes. The fear was as important to them as the final outcome. The largest creature stepped through the doorway, its massive form filling the entire opening. Up close, I could see details that made my skin crawl. Its skin wasn't quite flesh, but something that seemed to shift and change as I watched. The eyes were too large, too knowing, and they fixed on me with an intelligence that was both ancient and alien. "You have seen much," it said, its voice a low rumble that seemed to come from somewhere deep in its chest. "You have witnessed the old ways, the proper ceremonies. You understand now what this place truly is." I was too shocked to respond. The creature could speak, could communicate in perfect English despite its obviously inhuman nature. It wasn't just an animal following instinct. It was something far more dangerous. "This lake has been sacred for centuries," the creature continued, moving slowly into the cabin. "Long before your people built their shelters here, we performed our rituals on these shores. You are guests in our domain, and guests must follow our customs." More creatures entered behind the first, forming a loose circle around us. They moved with the same fluid grace I had observed earlier, but now I could see the terrible purpose behind their movements. They weren't just hunting us, they were preparing us for something. The ritual requires willing participants, the creature explained. Those who understand their role, who accept their place in the ancient order. You have been tested, observed, judged worthy. You should feel honored. Go to hell, James said, raising his cast iron pan. The creature that had been speaking turned its attention to him, and I saw something that might have been amusement in its alien features. Your spirit is strong. That is good. The ceremony works best when the participants fight back. It moved faster than I would have thought possible. One moment it was standing across the room. The next it was looming over James, its massive hands reaching for him. He swung the pan with all his strength, connecting with the creature's head in a blow that would have felled any human. The creature barely noticed. It caught James by the throat and lifted him off the ground, holding him at eye level. For a moment they stared at each other. Predator and prey, ancient and modern, inhuman and human. Then the creature began to squeeze. I screamed and swung the baseball bat at the creature's back, putting every ounce of strength I possessed into the blow. The bat connected with a sound like hitting a tree trunk, but the creature didn't even turn around. It was focused entirely on James, who was struggling futilely against its grip. That's when I noticed the other creatures weren't participating in the attack. They were watching, observing, as if James's struggle was part of their entertainment. They wanted to see how long he could fight, how much resistance he could offer before succumbing to their power. But James had one advantage they hadn't counted on. The flare gun from the boat was still in his jacket pocket, and in his desperation, he managed to reach it. He pressed the barrel against the creature's chest and pulled the trigger. The flare exploded in a shower of sparks and flame, and for the first time, the creature showed genuine pain. It dropped James and staggered backward, its phosphorescent glow flickering like a dying light bulb. The smell of burning flesh filled the cabin, acrid and nauseating. Fire, I realized. They're vulnerable to fire. The other creatures seemed to understand this as well. They began to move with more urgency, their casual confidence replaced by something that might have been concern. James scrambled to his feet, still clutching the flare gun, and I noticed that the fireplace poker was within reach. "The fireplace!" I shouted, grabbing the poker and thrusting it into the dying embers of our earlier fire. "We need to get to the fireplace." But the creatures were already moving to cut us off. They formed a tighter circle, their movements more aggressive now that they understood we had found a weapon they feared. The injured creature was recovering, its wounds healing with unnatural speed, but it kept its distance from James and his flare gun. "One shot left," James said, checking the flare gun's chamber. "We need to make it count." I looked around the cabin, searching for anything that might help us. The propane tank for the stove was in the kitchen, but it was too far away. The oil lamp on the table was closer, but I'd need to get past two creatures to reach it. Then I remembered something from my childhood visits to this cabin. My grandfather had kept a cache of emergency supplies in the basement, including extra fuel for the boat. If we could get to the basement stairs, we might find something that could even the odds. "The basement," I told James. "There's fuel down there." He nodded, understanding immediately. We began to move toward the narrow staircase that led to the lower level, but the creatures anticipated our plan. They pressed closer, their alien features twisted with what might have been frustration. The largest creature spoke again, its voice now tinged with anger. "You cannot escape the ritual. You cannot change what has been ordained. Accept your fate, and your passing will be swift." "No," I said, surprised by the strength in my own voice. "We won't be part of your ceremony. We won't be your victims." The creature's eyes narrowed, and I saw something dangerous flicker in their depths. "Then you will die slowly, and your suffering will be all the greater." It lunged forward, and James fired his remaining flare directly into its face. The creature screamed, a sound that was barely recognizable as coming from any living thing, and stumbled backward. But even as it writhed in pain, the other creatures pressed their attack. We ran for the basement stairs, but I knew we wouldn't make it. The creatures were too fast, too coordinated, too determined. We had managed to wound one of them, but there were at least a dozen more, and they were no longer interested in playing games. As claws reached for my back and inhuman voices rose in triumph, I realized that our time had run out. The ritual was about to reach its conclusion, and we were powerless to stop it. But sometimes, when all hope seems lost, help arrives from the most unexpected sources. The sound of multiple boat engines roared across the water, accompanied by the brilliant beam of searchlights cutting through the fog. Human voices shouted commands, and the sharp crack of gunfire echoed across the lake. The creatures froze, their attention drawn to the new arrivals. For the first time since this nightmare began, they looked uncertain, almost afraid. The ritual had been interrupted, their carefully laid plans disrupted by an outside force they hadn't anticipated. "Search and rescue," James gasped, recognizing the organized nature of the response. "Someone must have reported us missing." The creatures began to retreat, their phosphorescent glow fading as they melted back into the fog. But their leader, the one James had wounded, turned back to us one final time. "This is not over," it said, its voice carrying clearly despite the sounds of the approaching rescue team. "The ritual will be completed. If not with you, then with others. This place remembers, and we are patient." Then they were gone, vanishing into the mist as if they had never existed at all. James and I stood alone in the ruined cabin, surrounded by evidence of our ordeal, but with no proof of what had really happened. The rescue team found us 20 minutes later, huddled together on the dock and clearly in shock. They had been searching for the missing couple whose boat had been found drifting empty on the lake. They asked us questions about what we had seen, but how could we explain creatures that spoke in ancient tongues and glowed with their own light? We told them about strange sounds in the night, about feeling watched, about our decision to leave the island. The officials accepted our story, attributing our terror to the stress of being lost in the fog and the shock of finding the abandoned boat. But I knew the truth. The creatures were still out there, still performing their rituals, still waiting for their next victims. The lake would remain empty for a while, but eventually, new visitors would arrive. People who didn't know the history of this place, who couldn't read the warnings carved into the trees. As the rescue boat carried us back to the mainland, I looked back at the island one final time. The fog was clearing, revealing the cabin in the pale light of dawn. For just a moment, I thought I saw shapes moving among the trees, watching our departure. The ritual would continue, I knew. The creatures would wait, and plan, and eventually, they would find new participants for their ancient ceremony. But it wouldn't be us. We had survived, and we would never return to Lake Mistral. Some places are meant to remain empty, meant to be left alone. This was one of them, and I pray that others will heed the warnings we were too stubborn to recognize. The old ways are still practiced in the remote corners of the world, and some traditions are too terrible to be allowed to continue. But stopping them would require more than just avoiding the places where they occur. It would require confronting the creatures that perform them, and that is a task I am not brave enough to undertake. All I can do is share this story and hope that others will learn from our mistakes. The wilderness is vast and beautiful, but it is also home to things that should not be disturbed. We learned that lesson the hard way, and we were lucky to survive the teaching. The next time you hear stories about missing people in remote locations, about boats found drifting empty on isolated lakes, about campers who vanish without a trace, remember what happened to us. Remember that some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some places are better left unvisited. The creatures are still out there, still waiting, still performing their ancient rituals, and they are far more patient than we could ever be. My name is Ethan, and I'm 28 years old. I live in a small apartment in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I work as a freelance graphic designer. It's not the most lucrative career, especially with the inconsistent work lately. Money has been really tight, and the financial stress has been weighing on me heavily. That's why when my old college buddies, Mark and Jason, suggested a camping trip to get away from it all for a few days, I jumped at the chance. We hadn't seen each other in a couple years since I moved away from Michigan, where we grew up. A reunion was long overdue. "It'll be just like old times," Mark had said on the phone. "We'll head up to that same spot in the UP that we used to go to in college. Drink some beers around the fire, go fishing, not worry about work or money or any of that crap for a while." It sounded perfect. Like most outdoorsy Midwestern guys, camping and hiking were second nature to us. We'd spent countless weekends in the dense woods of northern Michigan and the vast wilderness of the Upper Peninsula. Escaping into nature always helped clear my head. I threw some supplies and gear into my old pickup truck and made the 8-hour drive north. The familiar sight of towering pines and the fresh, earthy scent of the forest immediately soothed my frayed nerves as I pulled into the remote campground. Mark and Jason had already arrived and were setting up the tents. We greeted each other with bear hugs and cracked open cold beers as we got the fire going. The sky darkened, stars blanketed the night, and the only sounds were the crackling flames and crickets chirping. I felt more relaxed than I had in months. But there was something else, an unsettling feeling creeping up my spine that I couldn't quite place. The shadows seemed to flicker ominously just beyond the reach of the firelight. A distant animal cry echoed from deep in the woods, sending a chill through me despite the warm August air. I shook it off, blaming an overactive imagination and one too many beers. If only I had listened to my instincts that night. The next morning dawned crisp and cool. Mist drifted between the trees and dew sparkled on the grass. Mark was already up, prodding the smoldering embers of last night's fire. "Dude, did you hear those crazy animal sounds last night?" I asked, pouring myself a cup of the strong camp coffee. "What do you think that was? A wolf, maybe?" Mark shrugged. "Could be. They've started repopulating this area in recent years. Or maybe a coyote." "I thought I heard something moving around out there too. Probably just a raccoon or something," I said. "You worry too much, man. We're in the middle of nowhere, nothing out here but us and the wildlife. Although..." Mark trailed off. "What?" He hesitated. "Nah, never mind. Just an old campfire story. Forget I mentioned it." I was intrigued now. "Come on, don't hold out on me. What story?" Mark sighed and glanced at Jason, who was still snoring softly in the tent. He lowered his voice to almost a whisper. "There's an old Native American legend about a creature that supposedly lives in these woods. The Ojibwe people called it the Wendigo. It was once a man, a hunter, but one brutally cold winter his entire family starved to death. In desperation, hunger drove him mad and he ate them. Consumed by an insatiable greed and bloodlust, the Wendigo now wanders the forests searching for new victims." I let out a low whistle. "Damn, that's dark. Good thing it's just a legend, right?" Mark didn't meet my eyes. "Yeah, just a legend," he said, but he didn't sound convinced. Just then, Jason emerged yawning from the tent, breaking the tension. "What's the plan for today, boys?" "I was thinking we could hike over to that old fishing spot we found last time," I suggested. "The one with the waterfall and the big flat boulders perfect for sunbathing." They readily agreed, and after a quick breakfast, we headed out, Mark leading the way with his GPS. The deeper we trekked into the dense wilderness, the more uneasy I felt. It was deathly silent, with none of the usual bird songs or insect noises you'd expect. About 2 hours into our hike, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. Hanging from a tree branch just off the path was some sort of charm or talisman. A bundle of bones, fur, and feathers bound together with frayed rope. Guys," I called out nervously. "You might want to see this." Mark and Jason backtracked to where I was standing, staring up at the grotesque ornament. Jason let out a low whistle. "What the hell is that thing?" he asked. "No idea, but I don't like it," I muttered. "Looks like some kind of twisted voodoo shit." Mark stepped closer to inspect it, brow furrowed. He reached out a tentative hand to touch the bones. "Don't," I said sharply. "You don't know what kind of bad juju that thing might have." Mark shot me an incredulous look. "Seriously? You really believe in that superstitious crap?" I shrugged helplessly. "I don't know, man. But after that Wendigo story you told, I'd rather not take any chances." "That reminds me," Jason chimed in. "I've heard about sightings of that creature around here before, from a cousin of mine. He swears his buddy encountered it while hunting these woods years ago." "Not you too," Mark said, shaking his head. "I shouldn't have even brought it up. There's no such thing as a Wendigo." "I'm not saying there is," Jason replied. "But you gotta admit there's something off about this forest. It feels wrong somehow." An icy trickle of dread crept down my spine as I glanced around at the two quiet trees towering over us. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, but the woods suddenly seemed more sinister, more watchful. Every snapped twig or rustle of leaves made my pulse spike. "Let's just keep moving," I said gruffly, shouldering my pack. "The sooner we get to the fishing spot, the better." We continued on in uneasy silence, unconsciously hurrying our pace. The forest seemed to close in around us, shadows deepening despite the midday sun. The canopy of leaves grew so thick that only the barest slivers of light penetrated through. I nearly jumped out of my skin when a sudden high-pitched shriek pierced the oppressive stillness. We froze in our tracks, exchanging alarmed glances. "What the fuck was that?" Jason hissed. The shriek came again, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of snapping branches and heavy footfalls. Something large was moving through the brush just out of sight, circling us. "Guys," I whispered hoarsely, my mouth bone dry. A hulking shape exploded out of the undergrowth, a massive brown bear, rearing up on its hind legs with a furious roar. We scattered in opposite directions as it charged. I've never run so fast in my life, pure adrenaline propelling me through the trees. Branches whipped at my face and tore at my clothes as I sprinted blindly. Behind me, I could hear the bear crashing through the forest, Jason's terrified shouts urging me on. I risked a panicked glance over my shoulder and my heart nearly stopped. The bear had given up chasing me and Jason. It was after Mark. "Mark!" I screamed, skidding to a halt and whirling around. But I had lost sight of both him and the bear in the dense undergrowth. Jason crashed into me from behind, panting heavily. "Where is he?" Jason gasped out. "I don't know, I lost him. That bear, it was chasing him." A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, followed by a ferocious roar. My stomach turned to ice. Mark was in trouble. Jason and I charged back the way we came, following the sound of thrashing and snarls. We burst into a small clearing, and a scene from a nightmare greeted us. Mark was on the ground, the huge grizzly towering over him. Crimson blood stained its muzzle. Mark wasn't moving. "Hey!" I bellowed, grabbing a large rock and hurling it at the bear. It bounced off its thick hide harmlessly, but got the beast's attention. It swung its massive head toward us and let out an enraged growl. Jason pulled out the large hunting knife he always carried and brandished it with shaking hands. I desperately cast about for a weapon of my own and settled on a sturdy fallen branch. We shouted and waved our arms, trying to appear as large and intimidating as possible. The bear hesitated, glancing between us and Mark's prone form, as if deciding which would be easier prey. "Come on, you ugly bastard!" I snarled through gritted teeth. "Come and get us!" For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it would charge. But to my immense relief, it gave a final snort of frustration and lumbered off into the brush. We waited until it was out of sight before sprinting to Mark's side. "Mark! Oh God, Mark, talk to me!" I babbled, dropping to my knees beside him. His shirt was torn and bloody, deep gashes marring his chest and shoulders where the bear's claws had rent his flesh. But miraculously, his eyes fluttered open. "Holy shit," he croaked. "That was way too close." Jason gave a strained bark of laughter as we carefully helped Mark sit up. "Understatement of the century, dude. I think I aged 10 years in the last 10 minutes. My head swam with relief that he was alive, but also rising panic. We were hours into the backcountry with an injured man and no supplies except what we had in our day packs. And that bear was still out there somewhere. "We need to get him back to camp, fast," I said grimly. "Can you stand?" Mark gritted his teeth against the pain and nodded. He looked pale and clammy, his shirt already soaked with blood. I just prayed the bear hadn't severed an artery. Slinging Mark's arms over our shoulders, Jason and I half carried, half dragged him back the way we came as quickly as his wounds allowed. But with every step, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the increasingly menacing woods. Something ancient and evil and hungry. After what seemed like an eternity, we stumbled back into camp on rubbery legs. The sight of our tents and the ashy remains of the fire almost made me weep with relief. As Jason set about cleaning and dressing Mark's injuries with our meager first aid kit, I busied myself building the fire back up, needing the comforting light and warmth to chase away the dread. The sun was rapidly sinking and the temperature dropping. I sank down next to Mark, exhaustion hitting me like a freight train. "I think we should cut this trip short and head into town first thing tomorrow. Get you to a clinic." He nodded wearily, wincing as Jason tied off a bandage. "No arguments here. I've had enough of nature for a while." I huffed out a humorless chuckle. "You and me both." We decided to sleep in shifts, one of us always keeping watch for the bear's return. Despite my bone-deep fatigue, I volunteered to go first. There was no way I'd be able to rest easy anyway. Not with the memory of that hideous bone talisman and the Wendigo legend still rattling around my brain. Gripping my hatchet tightly, I feeding twigs to the fire and stared out into the gathering darkness, trying to convince myself the flickering shadows were just trees. Wondering what other horrors might be lurking, waiting for their chance to strike. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, Jason was shaking me awake. The fire had burned down to embers, and the night pressed in close and menacing. "Dude, wake up," he urged in a harsh whisper. "Do you hear that?" I rubbed blearily at my eyes, straining my ears. At first, all I could hear was the usual chorus of crickets and peeper frogs. But then another sound reached me. A rhythmic thudding that seemed to reverberate through the ground itself. Slow, lumbering footsteps. And they were getting closer. I leapt to my feet, hatchet at the ready, my heart in my throat. "The bear?" I croaked. Jason shook his head, eyes wide. "I don't think so. This sounds bigger." We stared out into the suffocating darkness, Mark struggling to sit up on his bedroll. The footsteps grew louder, twigs snapping like gunshots in the stillness. An ungodly stench hit me then, like rotting flesh and decay. I gagged, covering my mouth and nose. Mark retched behind me. The thudding stopped. Oppressive silence fell. I hardly dared to breathe. And then I saw it. 2 points of eerie green light glowed in the shadows just beyond the reach of the firelight. Eyes, I realized with sinking horror. They blinked, then disappeared as if the thing had turned its head. Heavy footfalls retreated back into the forest. For a moment, none of us moved, too shocked and terrified to process what we'd just witnessed. "Please tell me that was a bear," Mark said in a thin, reedy voice. "There's no way," I replied grimly. "Did you smell that stench? And those eyes?" "We need to leave," Jason cut in urgently. "Right now. Screw waiting for daylight. I'm not spending another minute in these godforsaken woods." He didn't have to tell me twice. We broke camp in record time, throwing gear haphazardly into our packs and hauling a groaning Mark to his feet. The darkness felt viscous, cloying, as if it was deliberately trying to bog us down. The hike back to the road where we'd parked was a waking nightmare. Every snapped twig or owl hoot made us flinch and whirl around wildly. The stink of decay lingered at the edges of my awareness. I almost wept when the blessed sight of my pickup came into view. We piled in and I floored it, gravel spraying as I sped off down the dirt track. I white-knuckled the steering wheel the whole way to the tiny local clinic, convinced that every shadow flitting across the road was that creature coming for us. It wasn't until the exhausted-looking night nurse assured us Mark's injuries were painful, but not life-threatening, that I finally started to breathe again. Safely ensconced in a shabby motel room with the first rays of dawn lightening the sky, the whole thing felt like a bad dream. The product of overactive imaginations, spooky stories, and the disorienting blackness of the deep forest at night. At least that's what I kept telling myself. But I couldn't shake the image of those malevolent green eyes boring into my soul. And some small primitive part of my brain knew with gut-wrenching certainty that the Wendigo was real. That death had stalked us in those woods, and only dumb luck had allowed us to escape. I haven't set foot in the wilderness since that night, and I doubt I ever will again. The forest no longer feels like a sanctuary to me, but something older, darker, and more twisted than I ever could have imagined. There are things out there in the shadows that we aren't meant to see. Horrors that have existed long before man first crawled out of the primordial ooze. And sometimes, when the veil between our worlds wears thin, they reach out with grasping claws to drag us into the abyss. 2 months later, I sat hunched at my drafting table, staring blearily at the magazine layout on my computer screen. My shoulders were cramped, my eyes dry and gritty. A sudden ping from my phone made me jump. For a heart-stopping second, I was back in those woods, tensed for the sound of snapping branches under monstrous feet. Then my surroundings registered. The hum of the elderly AC unit, the squeak of my chair, afternoon light slanting across my desk. I let out a shaky breath and swiped open the text from Jason. My brow furrowed as I read it once, then again. Have you seen the news about those missing hikers in Oregon? The ones who were camping in the Mint Hood National Forest? They found their gear all torn up and scattered, but no sign of the bodies. Creepy stuff, man. Reminded me of our own close call. Think it could be related? A chill crept down my spine as I stared at the words on the small screen. Jason wasn't one for conspiracy theories or paranormal nonsense, so for him to even suggest such a thing meant he must have been seriously rattled. With trembling fingers, I pulled up a news article about the missing hikers. The details were unsettlingly sparse. A group of 3 friends, experienced outdoorsmen, had set off for a week-long trek in the Mount Hood wilderness. When they failed to return, a search party was dispatched, only to find a scene of chilling chaos at their last known campsite. The tent had been shredded to ribbons, sleeping bags torn open and strewn about as if a bomb had gone off. Food canisters were found 100 yards away, lids ripped off, contents spilling across the forest floor. Of the hikers themselves, not a single trace remained, not even tracks, like they had simply been plucked out of existence. Authorities suspected a bear attack or perhaps a cougar, but no animal could have caused such destruction without leaving some sign behind. And that still didn't explain how 3 grown men skilled in the outdoors could have vanished into thin air without so much as a scrap of clothing or a drop of blood left behind. I thought again of those eerie green eyes in the woods, boring into my soul with ancient, insatiable hunger. The ungodly reek of death and decay. A shudder worked through me and I had to set the phone down, my hands shaking too badly to type. Deep down, in a primordial part of my brain that knew to fear the dark, I was certain that whatever stalked Jason, Mark, and I that night had claimed new victims in Oregon. That the Wendigo's hunting grounds stretched far beyond the forests of the northern Midwest. How long had this thing, this abomination, walked the earth, preying on the unwary? Were there others like it, sleeping in their foul dens across the country, waiting for hapless campers to stumble into their territory? The questions spun in my mind, chasing each other like snarling beasts until a headache bloomed behind my eyes. I didn't want to know the answers. Suddenly, all I wanted was to be as far from trees and dirt and the inky blackness between the stars as I could get. I shut off my phone, not bothering to text Jason back, and returned to my design work with single-minded focus, desperate for the distraction. But a yawning pit had opened in my gut, an existential dread that writhed and whispered in my ear. "You aren't safe," it hissed. "You can't unsee what you saw. You can't unknow the truth. And one day, one night, when you let your guard down, it will come for you too." The dream is always the same. I'm back in the forest, running through the suffocating darkness, breath burning in my lungs and terror scorching my veins. Trees loom on all sides, grasping at me with skeletal branches. The Wendigo is out there in the shadows, coming for me. I can hear its footsteps booming like war drums, feel its fetid breath on the back of my neck. No matter how fast I run, how desperately I push my battered body, it's never enough. Icy talons close around my ankle, wrenching me off my feet, dragging me back into its dripping jaws ringed with needle teeth. I open my mouth to scream and I bolt upright in bed, chest heaving, sweat cooling on my skin. For a disoriented moment, I thrash against tangled sheets, convinced they're the Wendigo's clammy grip. Then reality seeps back in. My bedroom, bathed in the sickly orange glow of the streetlight outside. The distant wail of a siren. The stale smell of cigarette smoke from the neighbors downstairs. I sag back against the mattress, boneless with relief, and glance at the clock. 3:33 a.m. It blinks at me, mockingly. Always that same devilish hour. It's been 6 months since our ill-fated camping trip, and the nightmares haven't stopped. If anything, they're getting more frequent, more visceral. Some nights, I swear I can taste the rot of the creature's breath on the back of my tongue when I wake. Resigned to another stretch of sleepless hours until dawn, I pad out to the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee with shaking hands. My reflection in the microwave door gives me pause. Bloodshot eyes sunk in bruised sockets, sallow skin, unkempt stubble. The fluorescent light hums and flickers as I slump at the dinette with my mug. Thousands of worries chasing each other in my mind. How long can I keep going on like this? Hollow-eyed and twitchy, tormented by memories of that thing in the dark. Will this be my life now? Forever stuck in the liminal space between waking and nightmare? Those hikers in Oregon were never found. They joined the ranks of the vanished dozens, the mysteriously disappeared. More have gone missing in the intervening months, all over the country. Appalachia, the Ozarks, the remote wildernesses of Northern California and Washington. I've become obsessed, spending hours falling down internet rabbit holes, reading every scrap of lore and legend I can find on the Wendigo, on creatures that match its description. I know on some level that I'm courting madness with this fixation, that I'm not going to like what I find at the bottom of this awful barrel of secrets. But I can't stop. That's the insidious thing about brushing up against true dread, about learning the kinds of truths we beg to forget. Once you open Pandora's box, you can't cram the whispering chaos back inside. So here I sit, night after night, surrounded by the blue glow of my laptop and the bitter smoke of my cigarette, chasing mysteries for which I don't truly want answers. Mysteries that might consume me long before any monster's jaws ever could. Staring into the black mirror of the kitchen window and wondering, always wondering, if those green eyes are staring back. It's been a year. A year since that disastrous night in the North Woods changed everything. Since I looked into the abyss and felt it looking back. I had to get out of Pittsburgh, away from the clutter and the noise and the light pollution that paradoxically only made the shadows feel deeper, more treacherous. As if all that buzz and glow was just a camouflage, a flimsy curtain drawn over yawning maw of the dark. So I headed west, to the mountains of Colorado. Not ideal, perhaps, for someone trying to escape their fear of the wild places. But I needed room to breathe, and there's nothing like the thin air and sprawling vistas of the Rockies for that. I found work at a local print shop, a far cry from my cutthroat advertising career, but uncomplicated in a way I desperately craved. And slowly, I started putting my fractured self back together. There are still nights when I wake up soaked in icy sweat, biting back screams. Still times when a flash of green from a traffic light or a stray whiff of something foul sends me right back to that foul clearing. I don't know if those scars will ever fade entirely, but I'm learning to muffle my panicked brain, to reason through my fears. I remind myself that whatever stalks the forests can't reach me here, nestled amid the bustle and light of civilization, that if I just keep moving, keep looking forward, I can outrun the nightmares snapping at my heels. I talk to Mark and Jason often, more than we ever did before that night bound us together in terrible knowledge. They're doing better too, or at least they're getting good at pretending. We don't talk about what happened, about the missing people that made the news for a month or two before fading back into obscurity. But it's there between the lines, an invisible thread tying us to each other. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed it all. If my tired, stressed-out mind just conjured a monster from campfire tales and shadows. But then I remember those eyes, that stench, the bone-deep, visceral certainty that I was in the presence of something ancient and cold and utterly inhuman. You don't imagine a feeling like that. You sure as hell don't forget it. So I keep my head down and my feet moving, and I cling to the daylight like a charm against evil. And on the nights when that acrid phantom smell comes creeping back into my nose, I remind myself of all the miles and mountains between me and those fathomless woods. It's a thin comfort, but it's all I have. Because deep in the back of my mind, I know the truth. I may have escaped the Wendigo's claws, but I'll never be free of the scars it left on my soul. I've seen the face of true darkness, and it's out there still, waiting patiently in the spaces between the trees, watching, hungering, biding its time until the stars align and the barriers thin and some other poor doomed souls wander into its mossy domain, unaware that they're already damned.